Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up. Hey, good morning, good Monday to you. Wyoming braces for dangerously cold wind chills today and tomorrow. A shortage of lawyers extends beyond defendants receiving representation. Some county prosecutors say they can't find decent attorneys to try cases. Two properties on the market are as unique as they can be. A swanky starter castle at Jackson Hole designed to be a mini-me of the Amangani Resort, and the Guernsey Cabin comes with more history than you can imagine. Investigating grizzly, wolf, and mountain lion kills is messy business, but chock full of science if you have the stomach to look hard enough. Researchers are fascinated with ancient forests buried in ice in the Beartooth Mountains. What can they tell us about life thousands of years ago? A massive underwater volcano off the coast of Oregon is set to blow any time now, but scientists aren't worried. Happy MLK Day Inauguration Day to you. It's the Cowboys State Daily Show with Jake, Monday edition.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Monday, January 20th. I'm Wendy Core, bringing you headlines from the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, brought to you by Visit Casper. Visit Casper invites you to come enjoy the Casper International Film Festival, January 31st through February 2nd. A broad range of films from local and international filmmakers will be shown. Learn more and get your tickets at visitcasper.com. Well, anyone who lives with wind knows the truth in the saying, it's not the cold, it's the wind chill. When Wyomingites get out and about this morning, they'll experience both. The National Weather Service anticipates dangerous wind chills as low as -50 as the coldest air of the sub-zero surge smothers the Great Plains and Rocky Mountains. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that in Wyoming, forecasts call for wind chills ranging from -15 to -45.
When you've got this massive cold, dry air that's sticking around, even a slight breeze can send the temperature, how it feels, plummeting. And some of the lows that we're looking at across Wyoming on Monday, which is going to be the coldest that it gets, it doesn't take long for exposed skin to be subject to frostbite when temperatures get that low. At -45, we're talking 10 minutes, if that, before you're putting yourself at risk if you stay out without the proper coverings. And even with the proper coverings, you want to limit your exposure to that kind of cold as much as possible.
Anyone brave enough to confront the cold will want to bundle up, but even several layers of winter clothing won't completely eliminate the dangers that these severe wind chills present. Wyoming wallets have been on fire when it comes to homeowners' insurance rates, with customers reporting their rates doubling and tripling in the Cowboy State, even for longtime customers. Devastating wildfires this past season that burned more than 850,000 acres in Wyoming didn't help either, and Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that's what's happening now in California, and that could have even broader impacts on the nation's economy as a whole.
People have seen double and triple premiums. People have been told by their insurance company, sorry, but you live in Story, so we're not going to renew your policy at all. And then they're left scrambling, trying to find somebody to insure them, while meanwhile, a fire is actually bearing down on their community. We know in Wyoming, we've already seen some issues. This California situation, insurance regulations are written to try to ensure that a company's rates reflect the cost of doing business in a particular state. There's a recent Harvard study that looks at this. When there's a huge natural catastrophe elsewhere, inevitably rates across the nation start going up.
The Wyoming Department of Insurance Commissioner told Cowboy State Daily that he thinks the ripple effects from the recent California fires herald price increases ahead. The Joint Appropriations Committee of the Wyoming Legislature made about 20 changes to Governor Mark Gordon's biennial budget on Friday, reversing many of the governor's 2024 budget line item vetoes. Cowboy State Daily's Leo Wolfson reports that the changes send a strong message to the executive branch to cap off the first week of the 2025 legislative session.
It sends maybe more of a philosophical message than anything actually literal from a practical standpoint. At the end of the day, they are making changes to the biennial budget that the governor had a final say on last spring. They already adjourned for the session, so they weren't able to try to override his vetoes. The interesting twist in all this is that the governor could once again override their overrides because this is going into the supplemental budget, which is really just adjustments to that biennial budget.
The changes made Friday will not result in any more or less money spent by the state, but will dictate how the money is spent. The search for a missing Lander man has intensified after his vehicle was discovered abandoned along a Utah interstate. The discovery also leaves authorities and family with more questions about what might have happened to 60-year-old Brent Lehman. He's been missing for more than a month. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports that they're turning to the public for help.
According to his daughter, she said she talks to him every other day. For 30 years, he's worked as a caregiver for people with special needs. Although he's very private, his daughter said he's never not been in contact with the family. His car was found on December 13th, and this is before the family even knew he was missing. And the Utah police, because it was unattended, they had it towed and impounded. So they had no idea that this person was missing, but the windows were all down, which nobody I've talked to understands why in the winter, under what conditions a car would be found with all the windows down. And also the fact that his wallet and cell phone were still in the car. The only thing that was missing were his keys, and him, of course.
Lehman's daughter said that there was no indication that her father had been suffering a mental health break or any other medical issues. Family members are asking for the public's help in sharing any information about Lehman's disappearance or any potential sightings of him. And now let's take a look at today's weather with Cowboy State Daily meteorologist Don Day.
Almost the entire state of Wyoming is under some type of advisory for severe cold, bitter cold wind chills, and conditions that will be in the severe cold category through today, through tonight, and into early Tuesday. Many parts of Wyoming today may not even get above zero. If we get above zero in some areas, it won't be by much. And most of the state and region will see sub-zero temperatures again tonight. Now, during the day Tuesday, while Tuesday does start off with severe cold in many areas, a bit of a Chinook wind will develop along and east of the Continental Divide. Now, that's good news. That will bring in some warmer temperatures. This will help the Arctic air retreat. The bad news is we're going to see strong winds developing Tuesday, and that's going to cause some areas of blowing and drifting snow. So we've got to get through the severe cold today, tonight, and early tomorrow. Then wind on Tuesday, temperatures a bit more moderate for the middle of the week.
You can get Don's full forecast on the Cowboy State Daily website. I'll be back in just 20 seconds with more news.
When we say community is the heart of Hilltop, we're talking about a team of bankers committed to improving the place we call home. A team that shows up every day to help businesses thrive and gives back to our neighbors through time, attention, and service. We're inspired by the way our bankers give back because that's one of the many qualities that makes us truly a community bank. Hilltop Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
The job description for prosecutors in Wyoming runs the gamut. They run criminal cases, address expungements, handle juvenile delinquency and probation issues, just to name a few of their duties. But some of the state's prosecuting attorneys told Crime and Courts reporter Claire McFarland that they're doing it with too few employees.
There's a shortage in government attorneys across the board, right? The public defenders are really pinched, especially in the Northeast, and the prosecutors are feeling the pinch pretty much statewide. But then maybe the legislature has to balance their different priorities.
Current prosecutors say the problem isn't just a staff shortage, but a shortage of qualified applicants, which leaves openings unfilled longer. And whether public defender or prosecutor, government attorneys do tend to make less money than those in the private sector. Well, a dry December might have left Wyoming snowmobilers and lodge owners feeling a little anxious, but January has been bringing a bounty of fresh powder to mountain ranges across the state. Outdoors reporter Mark Hines spoke to several snowmobilers who say this year's conditions could be even better than last year.
It was kind of a slow start in December, but it's really starting to pile up. They're reporting 2.5 feet of fresh powder at the Wyoming High Country Lodge up above level. Things are looking good in the Wyoming range, snowy range, but also we get a lot of folks from the Midwest. And I did talk to one gentleman from the Midwest, and he said, yep, everybody out there is getting pretty stoked over Wyoming. So here we go. It's snowmobile season.
The Bighorn Mountains and Snowy Range Mountains are a huge draw for Midwesterners. They're the first big mountain ranges that snowmobilers headed from there will hit along the interstate highways. Well, jet setters know the Aman brand means posh and pampered resorts, the kind where no one parks their own Lexus, and the continental breakfast never includes Fruit Loops. The only one in Wyoming is the Amangani, an uber ritzy mountaintop retreat named for the brand. But the Petite Aman, perched high atop East Grovant Butte overlooking a pristine valley, is a 5-bedroom, 6-bath, 11,882 square foot home designed to mimic the Amangani. And Cowboy State Daily's Jake Nichols reports that it's on the market, although he said it's difficult to put a price on a property such as this.
The uniqueness of this property to have a listing price of $18 million with very little acreage. So it's not a big place, pretty big house, but the Aman brand, they have almost 36 properties around the world, and they're all just one more luxurious than the next. And this property being zoned in short term makes it especially attractive. The potential to derive revenue from it in short term rental is huge. And then to be able to send your guests over to the Aman, the lodge, and have them use that gym or that resource, the amenities they have. Big selling point.
The deck to the north of the Petite Aman has views of the slopes of Jackson Hole Mountain Resort. The home also includes a grand foyer, 5 king-size bedrooms, a library and media room, a 2-sided wood-burning fireplace, plus an outdoor pool. And for 70 years, from the time of the Civil War through the early 20th century, national banks in Wyoming could have their own money printed, complete with their names and towns on it. Cowboy State Daily's Jackie Dorothy reports that now these $10 and $20 bills are still legal tender and worth big bucks to collectors.
The federal government printed it, and as long as you sent them enough money to cover it, like say you sent them $40,000, they would give you $40,000 directly in cash currency with your bank across it. So there was 51 national banks in Wyoming. So 51 banks were doing this. The bank teller and the bank president had to sign it to make it legal tender. So when it's coming from the U.S. Mint, it was not legal yet. And that's a lot of times when it would be robbed and stolen. And so then you had the problem of forged banknotes. And so it's just a fascinating history, and it kind of answers a lot of questions I had about the outlaws themselves.
In 2017, an 1875 $20 bill from Cheyenne, Wyoming territory sold at auction for $72,000, and an 1875 $10 bill from the National Bank of Laramie sold for $40,000. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. And you can watch this newscast every day by clicking subscribe on our YouTube channel. Thanks for tuning in. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
I love that story from Jackie Dorothy. We'll talk to Jackie tomorrow about that. When is money worth more than money? Pretty cool. Today's Wyoming sunrise captured by Melinda Redenius of Riverside, Wyoming. Melinda writes, I live in Denver. My boyfriend David lives in Casper, and we often meet here to hunt, hike, soak in the Saratoga hobo pools. And when you see a sunrise like this spanning the entire horizon, you believe the day holds infinite blessings and possibilities. Thank you, Melinda, for the photo. Very nice. Check out the Don Day weather forecast. Cold everywhere. Cold weather advisory in effect Until tomorrow morning in Casper, sunny, highs just 3. That's all. With windy conditions, Riverton, you'll top out around 1 today. Southwest Wyoming, Evanston, mostly sunny, highs around 8. Green River, highs maybe 11. That could be the hot spot for the state, perhaps. Pinedale, cold weather advisory in effect till tomorrow morning. Sunny, cold, highs 4 today. 10 in Alpine. DuBois, cold weather advisory till tomorrow with highs 8. And you got the breeze to make it feel colder. Jackson, your high today about 11 under sunny skies. Bighorn Basin, cold weather advisory. Yeah, till tomorrow. Sunny 6. Sunny and 8 in Cody. Worland, you might get to 8 under sunny skies. Buffalo, cold weather advisory. Sunny, cold, 3. The high today in Buffalo. 7 in Sheridan with plenty of sunshine, though. In Gillette, extreme cold warning ends this morning. You'll be mostly sunny with a high in Gillette -4. And that's not taking into account the wind, which will be prevalent. Ooh. Down on the plains, extreme cold warning ends in the afternoon today. Sunny with highs around 3 in Torrington. Douglas, you'll be, you'll struggle to get to 0 under sunny skies. Cheyenne, extreme cold warning ends 2 in the afternoon. You'll be sunny, cold, highs 0 in Cheyenne. Highs -5 in Laramie. That's the high, not the low. Oh, man. Again, depressing reading some of these numbers. Extreme cold warning in effect until tomorrow morning in Rawlins. Sunny with a high near -7 in Rawlins. Going to be cold in Campman and Wamsutter as well, with highs on the wrong side of 0. My goodness. Take a look at the current weather map. This is what the temps look like across the state, and it's not going to be pretty. -15 in Jackson. Same for most of the towns down there in Star Valley. But that's not even in the realm of the low. Who's the lowest low? 16 below in Powell, 22 below in Cody. Wheatland, you're a dozen degrees below 0. Rawlins, -16. Rock Springs, 5 below. Cheyenne, -12. Can't find anybody really who's above 0. No town in Wyoming above 0 to start the morning. Not a one. Wow. Just minuses everywhere. Road conditions, well, the roads are cold. I can guarantee you that. Here's the WYO Roads map. You got some black ice in effect for much of 26 between Grand Teton National Park and Riverton Lander. Just a lot of black ice, slippery spots. Otherwise, I-80 showing decent slippery areas and black ice across the state as you travel. We'll get Greg Johnson into the Zoom room in a moment. Let's take a quick morning break, though, right now, and welcome in our managing editor in just a moment. Good morning. It's the Cowboys State Daily Morning Show.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
How do you know when you've made the right decision? It's the feeling you get in your gut. The one that tells you what's right or wrong. It's the one that says, sure, I can have a drink. Or the feeling that says, okay, I've been drinking. Now what? It's the voice inside you that says, I'm buzzed. Better leave the car when it's time to go. Plan ahead. Catch a sober ride. Buzz driving is drunk driving.
In southwest Wyoming, wide open space is waiting. This is how we explore it. In Rock Springs and Green River, Wyoming. Plan your adventure at explorewy.com.
It's going to be Greg Johnson, and I got Small. Dang. It's always a mystery to see what'll appear wrong in the Zoom room each morning. What's happening, Greg? It's cold, man. It's too cold for short sleeves. What are you doing?
Well, I'm not doing this outside.
Well, still. Golly. All right.
You know that PSA that was just running. I thought it said bus driving was drunk driving. What? Driving a bus?
I talked to a couple of bus drivers who are the unheralded heroes in winter in Wyoming. They were busing Kelly Walsh and Trona to Jackson to play basketball, and I talked to a couple of those bus drivers, asked them how the roads were. Those guys, I will pit them, men and women, up against anyone when it comes to driving. They've had to drive some gnarly roads just to get their teams, their sports teams, to wherever they got to be. So yeah, bus driving is buzz driving, something like that. Bus drivers though are pretty good. That's we got some wind chill. Is it windy down there in the state capital?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, man, it's the wind. I'm looking at the temps right now across the state. And normally, Jackson or nearby Bondurant or Big Piney, we're always colder than anybody, and we're kind of on the warm side compared to everybody today.
Yeah, my weather app says right now it's here in Cheyenne it's minus 11, and it feels like minus 25.
Yeah. Oh, and you're not going to improve much on that. There's some towns throughout the state today that are not going to see temps above zero for a high. That's
I don't know.
That's stupid.
By about 3:00, we might be at 2 degrees.
There you go. Reason to hope. And by the way, just in case you were wondering at what temperature peacocks gain their cognitive abilities and reasoning, it's in the single digits. I finally got almost all the peacocks to go in the coop. These peacocks that
the super cold temperatures may help out with that.
Yes, they helped. I got them just by chance, and then I got 2 more, and I'm down to I got 15 in and 2 outlaws that just aren't getting the message. But we'll see. These are some cold temperatures for a peacock or a human. Man, a couple of cool real estate properties on the market. They couldn't be more different. You got your swanky starter castle and high atop East Grove Butte here in Jackson Hole. I wrote a story about that. It's unique property for sure. You and I would. It's not being pitched to you and I. This is being sold to heavyweights. And then Renee had a cool story about that Sunrise home that has some history behind it. The Guernsey cabin and Charles Guernsey himself. It's pretty neat. What a cool property to own or buy for under $1 million, $809,000.
Yeah, it really looks like a true like ranching spread,
Yeah.
A lot of barns and outbuildings, and I think one of the barns is kind of converted into a guest house, or it's got like a big dining room where you can have the family Thanksgiving and stuff in it. It's a pretty cool place.
Yeah, a family gathering similar to the 5-bedroom 6-bath Petit Amman, which is also a great place to have family over, but on a whole different scale. Yeah, cool story from Renee. And this looks like a neat place. Where I got to find out where this is, though. One time called Sunrise Mining Town. So many towns in Wyoming.
Not too far from Hartville.
Oh, Hartville. Where's that?
Not too far from Sunrise.
Greg and his circular logic. All
Where
right.
they had that big fire that kind of started all the fires this last summer. Kind of near where Hageman's family.
Oh, right. Okay. Now I'm starting to zero in. Yeah. What else in the news is interesting?
A lot of stuff. I thought that story about especially now with the cold, that little 4-year-old girl who got lost and survived 2 days and nights in the wilderness. And I mean, what a story about, even a search and rescue guy today says, it's a miracle. There's no way he can imagine a kid that young surviving like that.
Yeah. Unbelievable. And to be fair, that's not anytime recent. This is 1908, 4-year-old in a camp there well north of Thermopolis in a sheep camp. She followed one of the sheep herders out that morning. She was the cook's daughter, and she's just sort of tagging along with the sheep herder, and he sees her like a few miles from camp, and he's like, go back to that camp. You can't come out and sheep herd today. And she turned around and went back to camp, but got lost. And we're talking about 2 days, 2 nights she survived out there. She crossed a creek, lost her shoes and socks, and she kept her feet warm by tucking up under her dress. She even knew enough, 4-year-old, knew enough to put rocks down on her skirt, on her dress, so the wind wouldn't blow up underneath it. And she spent a couple of nights out there, and yeah, really. And this is in May. So, I mean, you can imagine the overnights were pretty cold. She heard animals, but never saw any. He even had one cowboy ride by. She yelled to him, and he didn't see her. He said he said later he heard a kid yelling, but he couldn't believe it, and he didn't see anyone. Pretty crazy. What a story from Dale Killingback. We'll talk to Dale later this morning and get more about it. Pretty neat, though. I would like to find out who that girl is and who she became to be. I would like to dig into that. The cook, I don't know if she's ever named in the story. Just the cook is named, the mom. But that would be, maybe can I assign Dale to the follow-up? We'll figure out whatever became of this young lady, the 4-year-old.
Sure.
I'd be interested. I mean, she's got to be tougher than you and I. She probably went on to do great things, having survived 2 nights out in the wild as a 4-year-old. I bet she went on to be pretty tough, captain of her basketball team, something. Andrew Rossi has a cool story about this ancient ice forest up there in Beartooth Mountains that may hold 1,000-year-old secrets. Who knows? 6,000. I mean, this is ice patch that's kind of swallowed up, for instance, certain trees, and could tell us a lot about the ecosystem back then, the greater Yellowstone ecosystem. Scientists believe this ice patch wasn't there. It doesn't trace all the way back to the last ice age, but it traces back to like 12,000 years ago. But it's pretty cool. Andrew discovering this 30 white bark pine trees preserved in this ice patch. Scientists are all crazy about it. They found, so other than the frozen trees, they also found Paleo-Indian atlatl. That's that kind of... Atlatl. It's kind of like that. I don't know. What would you call it? It's like a blunt hatchet. And that's what they hunted with. You just whack bison over the head. They found bison skulls, bighorn sheep skulls. Yeah, it's pretty neat find for scientists.
Yeah, it totally is. I mean, really cool stuff.
You ever been to Johnson's Corner, Greg? It's down your neck of the woods. I've not been down there.
I have never stopped, but I've passed it a couple hundred times at least. Always there, and of course people ask, hey, is that your family? Like I have to be related to every Johnson
Yeah.
in the world. But yes, I've been past there a lot, and I know there's a lot of concern when they put the Buc-ee's in just down the road that Buc-ee's was going to put it out of business, and apparently that's not what happened. They're owned by the travel centers, who run a lot of different truck stops and chain things, and they're replacing it with a chain restaurant, which is, I don't know, kind of, I don't know. A lot of people are going to miss that, and it's still a truck stop. Buc-ee's is not a truck stop, so the truckers still stop there and everything. So, but everybody knows it. It's been there forever.
Johnson's Corner. It's not Howard Johnson. The Johnson name is just a friendly rest for the weary traveler, I guess. But Johnson's Corner includes a restaurant. Yeah, it's all getting a makeover for folks who are wondering what the heck's going on there. A longtime family restaurant and pit stop on Interstate 25 hours south of Cheyenne, getting a significant makeover. But they'll still be serving up those famous cinnamon rolls, apparently. Good story from Anna
they're
Louise.
Keep the sign there, too.
The sign looks cool. Looks old. Yeah.
I wonder, though, if they keep the sign there, but they turn into another restaurant, is that like bait and switch or something for everybody out on the highway? They
Perhaps.
They see the sign, expect, oh, yeah, it's Johnson's Corner, and they get in there and find out it's not.
Right. It's some newfangled Michelin-rated restaurant. I don't know. Yeah, that still would hearken to the days of yore and travel. It was like Route 66. Probably a lot of places that the sign never lived up, or the place never lived up to its sign. World's biggest ball of yarn. I don't know. Mark Hines has a gruesome story, if you're ready for it this early in the morning, about how investigators can tell what killed what, if anything was killed at all. But did a grizzly bear, mountain lion, wolf kill that elk? They have to look closely at certain clues. And sometimes these predators just come upon available meat and snacks like that. But yeah, unraveling whodunit mysteries when cattle or big game animals are killed by predators. It can be a gory, gooey business. Yuck.
Yeah, wildlife forensics. It's actually pretty cool.
Wildlife forensics.
Maybe that's how they determined those squirrels are eating other squirrels and stuff.
Oh man, that story will never rest, will it? These squirrel eating squirrels. I found the one piece of this story that I found the most enlightening. Now, I don't have a big interest in figuring out what killed an animal. It's not my jam, but I found one thing really interesting. Anyone who's owned a dog has seen this behavior, and it goes back to the days of wolves. Anyone who's seen a dog has seen your dog attempt to bury something, sometimes actually pushing dirt with their nose. Sometimes they're trying to just push the rug, like buries one of their toys with the rug. You see it isn't going to work, but you wonder, with the availability of paws, why is the dog trying to tamp down stuff with his nose? Why is he bury stuff with his? It seems inconvenient, and he would get dirt in his nose. And what's wrong with your dog? He buries things with it. Why don't you just push it down with his feet? Well, they don't want to leave scent on perhaps an elk leg that they're burying. The paws are where they breathe, they're where they sweat. There's a lot of sweat glands. That would leave evidence of the wolf or a scent, and another animal would come along and go, aha, buried elk. I can smell George buried it over here. That was interesting to learn why your dog buries stuff with his nose. That's my takeaway from the Mark Hines story anyway.
Yeah, I thought, yeah. It does. It explains some of that strange strange behavior.
Yeah, dogs, cats.
I'm not a dog guy, so I don't have.
Oh, they do that. They bury stuff with their nose. Yeah, dogs, cats. So much of their behavior is just tied to what it was when they were wild. Renee's story about absinthe was pretty interesting. Did not know about this. It's a spirit of yore, long ago liquor that was once considered to be dangerous. It would drive you mad, cause you to murder someone. And most of that was just some pretty clever marketing by the wine industry. It's a pretty neat story.
Yeah. It's got a kind of a taboo vibe to it.
Yes.
And there's a whole production in how you serve it and everything. So
yeah, to serve it authentically, there's only a handful of places in the Cowboy State that do so, including a restaurant in Sheridan, one in Casper. But serving up an age-old liquor, absinthe, once considered taboo. Like one sip would drive you into madness, but experts say you'd need a whole lot of absinthe to get to that point. Which is what?
Go ahead.
Oh, I mean, a whole lot of absinthe sounds like something I should put on my to-do list for this weekend. I'm already planning on a Monday, what do I do this weekend? I'm going to intake enough absinthe to go mad.
Give it to the peacocks.
Or give it to the peacocks. They're already mad. They don't need any help.
Maybe it'll make them sane.
Perhaps. I'm... every time I think I know how they think, I find out I don't. They're a whole different thing. They're not smart. I mean, I've seen smart birds, the corvid family, your magpies, your crows, your ravens. They're pretty smart, a lot smarter than people give them credit for. But chickens and geese and peacocks, these bigger birds, not very smart.
Oh, you need to take the Jake Show on the road this year.
Oh yeah,
and go to the. You ever heard of it? The Mike the Headless Chicken Festival.
Oh my!
Fruta, Colorado. It's near Grand Junction. Yeah, just Google Mike the Headless Chicken. It's fascinating. They have a festival now for this thing, but years and years ago, this dude cut the head off a chicken. And it didn't die. It kept living. They kept feeding it, putting food down the hole, and this chicken lived for years. They called him Mike the Headless Chicken.
They kept putting food down the hole. For reals?
Yeah.
Like, I've always heard the urban myth. Yeah, a chicken can live for a certain amount of time without its head because they're not really using it. That's for sure. But really, this Mike the Headless Chicken lived for oh, wow. That's kind of gross.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mike the Headless Chicken. He lived for 18 months after he's beheaded.
Holy cow. Well, it just shows you. The chickens and peacocks, they don't need their brain to function.
It didn't bleed to death because of a blood clot, and it actually still had most of its brain stem. So, yeah, it achieved national fame until its death in 1947.
So weird.
They still have Mike the Headless Chicken Day.
Well, I'll put that on my list. In fact, I'll try to double up, and I'll make sure the weekend that I go overboard on absinthe will be the same weekend I go check out headless chickens. It'll seem like I'm seeing things. I'll be in all kinds of weird state. But, yeah, that sounds fun. That sounds like a Hunter S. Thompson weekend for me. What else is happening?
I liked Renee's story on why those California wildfires are going to spike the insurance rates. And I got to kind of agree with a lot of the commenters. It seems like the insurance companies will latch on to anything that they have to pay out for to raise the prices for everybody.
Yeah.
It's I don't know. I know it's expensive for them and stuff, but that's why you have it. That's why it's there. And it's not. It doesn't seem fair for people in Wyoming to pay for the California people because their houses burned down.
It doesn't seem fair, but Renee explains why it kind of is all tied together. And yes, some of it has to do with insurance companies will take any advantage to say, oh, we're hiking the rates. Any kind of payout they have to do, up go the rates. Kind of the same thing when you see gas at the pump go up just because a hurricane hit the Gulf Coast. That gas is already in the ground at the Maverick, but a hurricane hits and shuts down diesel and gas production and offshore drilling, and immediately gas that's already bought and pumped into the ground and at your local gas station, the price goes
gas
up.
Didn't cost anymore.
I know. We see that same thing. It's the same idea. Any chance to raise prices. But Renee does explain why Wyoming homeowners already seeing their home insurance double, triple. Sometimes it's really hard to even get it. And that was before these devastating wildfires in California. We're looking at maybe estimates $250 billion in losses. So, oh man, you better believe the insurance companies, why it's going to hit you is they have to insure themselves. The reinsurance, when insurance companies have to go and have a devastating payout, they got to go get insurance. And then if they have trouble or the rate increases for them, then it's the trickle down effect. And it's the little man that gets it.
Yep.
Andrew Rossi's uncovered a couple of cool thermal features. One is Beryl Spring in Yellowstone. Everybody's seen Beryl Spring, I think. I have. It's one of the hottest pools, 196 degrees. Technically, the boiling point at elevation. It is hot, and it is very blue. Beryl Spring, discovered in 1883 as part of that one of those early expeditions, and it was named back then. Cool story about Beryl Spring from Andrew Rossi, and a cool story about a huge underwater volcano off the coast of Oregon that's going to blow any day now, but apparently nobody's too worried.
Yeah, it makes a difference that it's underwater.
I guess. It sure helps.
The photos are interesting, man, to see
yeah.
They look like these weird sea creatures around the vent holes and stuff.
Doesn't it?
Yeah.
It looks like the mouth of wait, here, let me share it with everybody. Yeah, that looks scary. And to hear that this thing is 300 miles off the coast of Oregon. All right, so that's a little breathing room. But it's 3,600 feet tall, 1.25 miles wide, this thing. And it's one of the most studied, probably the most monitored and studied submarine volcano in the world, according to Mike Poland, scientist in charge of Yellowstone Volcano Observatory. And Andrew had a chat with him. So if Mike says don't worry, we're not going to worry, but I don't know. This thing's big and it looks scary. And apparently this is what it does. All the magma comes to the earth, and they can almost tell by the monitors when it's going to go, but they'll say that thing will erupt before the end of the year. But fear not, unless you're in a yacht right over the top of it, maybe. That might not be a good place to be.
I think that's how Bill Gates is going to get it. It's his yacht's going to be over the volcano when it explodes.
Well, I thought a killer orca was just going to, grab his hold of his yacht and snap it in half. Although when you get to the
50-50 chance.
Yeah, one or the other, as we, sometimes we don't, if we want to write news or make up news instead of just covering news, that would be what we would write. Not that we
I
wish.
tell you, that's the proof right there that there really isn't this fake news thing going on. Because if it was fake,
Yeah.
but man, we'd make up all kinds of stuff.
We would have wrote the Bill Gates yacht swallowed by a volcano underwater. Yeah.
Yeah. They found, I don't know, alien orphan children in his basement or something. I mean, just all kinds of stuff. I mean, we'd be like the World Weekly News all the time.
Are you going to be glued to the TV today? Inauguration coverage beginning early this morning, going to be going on all day.
I'm not. We got news happening here.
Yes.
The legislature's still meeting. They're still doing their stuff. Yeah. So I'm not gonna have time to be watching that. So no. Although I did see this early this morning that some last second pardons included pardoning the January 6th committee. Biden did that, so he's given Liz Cheney a pardon.
Oh boy!
Well, we wondered if that would happen, and it did.
Interesting. So, yeah, who should have been on the list for pardon? In fact, he was on the list for clemency back in the Obama era. It's a gentleman that's the subject of a movie. Preston Randolph is the Cody-based filmmaker who has a new movie out that's going to be premiering at Sundance. That's a pretty big deal. January 27th. Preston said, it's always been his dream to go to Sundance, but he wasn't going to go there as a fanboy. He's like, if I go to Sundance, it's going to be because I have a film to show, and he does. And this film, directed by Jesse Shortbull and David France, will premiere January 27th. The feature, it's all a story written around Leonard Peltier, who was convicted of killing 2 FBI agents in 1975. But in recent years, there's a lot of evidence to suggest that he might have got railroaded a little bit. The film examines the case of this American Indian activist who is still in prison. He's 80 years old now, but I did not see him on the Biden list of pardons. Interesting story, though, about this Cody filmmaker.
There's been a push for, like you said, for years. And this documentary even features one of the lawyers who was on the team that prosecuted him, who now says, you know what, that was wrong. There wasn't enough evidence to convict this guy. He should be pardoned. So it's interesting that one of the prosecutors is also part of that push.
Very interesting. I'd be interested to see that film. Andrew Rossi had that story. That's a Cody filmmaker, and Andrew has his home base in Cody, so he's got his ear to the ground on news that happens there. David Madison up in Montana has a story about, I feel bad about the Montana State Rodeo team is not going to get to go to the Trump inauguration. They were all ready to take part in that parade, the Pass in Review parade.
Yeah, you talk about timing. I mean, he did the story. Hey, we're going out there. We're going to be in the parade.
Yeah,
and we put that story up early Saturday, and then like an hour and a half after we posted the story, they made the decision. Nope, we're not doing it. We're moving it inside, and so we had to put a note and update that nope. So we updated that they were invited to go.
They were invited.
Too bad for them.
I know they had plans. They had 6 horses, a wagon. They're going to take part in this inauguration parade. They were all set to get, board the flight for Saturday. And then we all heard news that it's just too cold in D.C. They're going to move everything indoors. So that scraps a lot of the parade and outdoor kind of stuff. Going to be easier to keep Trump safe, according to Secret Service, but that's too bad. That's a tradition to be outdoors for that presidential inauguration. Have we ever gone inside? I don't know. Somebody must know who follows politics. That's too bad about the rodeo team up there in Montana.
Yeah, it's it is too bad for him. It's a drag too, because I mean a lot fewer people can attend when it's not outside. And I saw something on the news too, just a very brief thing, but I guess they've been out for like days putting up like 100,000 folding chairs for people up there, and then they called it off, and now they've got to take all those folding chairs down again.
Is
for those people who have to do that.
I think we need somebody I think Trump's the oldest president to be inaugurated, right? I mean, he's got to be. Reagan was pretty old, but I don't know anyone that was older than President Trump. Of course, Biden would have beat him as the oldest, but yeah, I think he's going to be the oldest president sworn in here later today. Closer to home in politics, Leo Wilson has that cool story. I can ask you the trivia question, Greg, but it's likely you edited this story, so it'll be an easy answer for you. How many flights do you think the Wyoming State Jets logged in 2024? The state owns 2. Governor Gordon obviously makes most of the trips, or actually second most. The Wyoming Department of Transportation is the biggest user of the state's 2 aircraft. How many flights in a year?
Well, I know it.
Yeah, not fair.
It's close to 800.
Yes, 780 trips in 2024. It's a big state, and I could see, Governor Gordon has a kind of an agenda where he visits maybe 3, 4, 5 communities in one day. And the only way to do it in Wyoming, you're not getting on the school bus and putting in 3 hours on the road. Yeah, he has to fly there. But there are some, including State Representative John Baer of Gillette, who question whether we wouldn't be better off selling one of the 2 state planes and kind of reducing the amount we use, how often we use the planes. But yeah, I don't know how many jet trips is too many. 780 though in last year, logging 162,000 miles, most of it in state, some of it making trips to outside Wyoming.
Yep. Well, maybe they're going to casket brandings.
Oh, yes. I did not have this story queued up, so get me up to speed. I did notice it, though, over the weekend.
Yeah, just it's becoming more of a thing, especially, with Western funerals, ranch families, as they do casket brandings. They have a wooden casket, and they take it out, and they have a furnace there that's heating all the brands, whether it's what they're that are important to the family and stuff, and people will gather around. They'll take the brands and they brand the casket.
I'm sure
it's a real Western thing, and apparently more people are doing it.
Yeah,
it looks kind of cool.
I'm sharing the photo of one of the caskets now with the brands on it. Yeah, it is pretty neat.
I like it. They'll do other stuff. They'll have like people and the kids will like dip their hands in paint and put the handprints on them too. Yeah. It's interesting. I've always said, I wanted like a white casket and give everybody a Sharpie and let them, by that time I'm dead. I don't care what they write, right? They can write, it's about time,
Good riddance.
Yeah.
No. Who wrote that story? That is pretty neat. Oh, that's an Andrew. Okay. We'll talk to, I think I have Andrew on today. No, tomorrow we'll chat with Andrew. Maybe. I'm not sure where he's scheduled. Later today, Cassie Craven. She got a great column. We're going to talk. Cassie wanted to have mimosas this morning when we talk. And she wanted to bring a mimosa into the Zoom room to have a little toast for President Trump in the inauguration.
Maybe have some absinthe.
We could, throw a little absinthe in there. I'm not prepared. The best I can do is some Wyoming whiskey and maybe a Shiner Bock here. But
doesn't absinthe make the heart go fun?
I have an absence of absinthe this morning. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to play along. Anything else that's caught your interest?
It was really cool because I didn't know this until we're checking into this. The proposal for Wyoming to potentially have its own Mount Rushmore, but the original plan was for these guys to have bodies too, and we're just going to be their heads. They're going to have their torsos and stuff there too.
Yeah, I think
it's just too much, so they just gave up on the heads. But that would have been something.
Yeah, it just became too much of an undertaking. I would guess. Jackie Dorothy has a story about 400 workers carving away for 14 years, and all we got is the head. So, we might not be done with the bodies still today if it was the full plan to do the bodies.
And they're going to put like some giant tablet on the side too, like a 120-foot tablet with like history.
Yeah.
So this isn't the full Mount Rushmore. But you're right. I mean, you think about how long it's taken to do Crazy Horse's finger.
That's another one.
How long would it take to do four people's whole bodies?
You would have thought we'd learn from Rushmore. We were going to put the whole bodies up there, and then look how long it took just to do the heads. And then here comes Crazy Horse, and they had all these grand plans, and this artwork has taken forever to do. So, be careful when you want to transfer your drawing board, your blueprint to a mountain. You better factor in a little extra time is the lesson there. But cool story from Jackie Dorothy. We just barely she mentioned that when we were talking about that story last week, and the proposal from Steve Harshman, Representative Harshman, for Wyoming to have its own version of some kind of monument. And we had a lot of fun with Rushmore, and Jackie goes, they were going to have the bodies. I thought, no way, Jackie. And she made a story of it. Interesting.
Yeah, I found it interesting. That would have been cool, but the faces are cool too.
Yeah, we got a good, I'll show the photo of that. Jackie will be on tomorrow, and we'll explore that story a little bit more. But in the mock-up, in the small little mini-me version, they were to have the whole body. But we do finally learn who the four dudes are, because I only knew two of the four. I felt bad.
Oh, you didn't know all four of them?
No, I did not. I am hardly an American.
I think the one that people forget the most is Jefferson.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody knows George Washington. Everybody knows Lincoln. And the two they probably forget the most is Jefferson and Roosevelt.
Yeah, Roosevelt, the glasses give it away. So you're like, oh, that's Teddy. But Jefferson, I mean, would you know him if you walk by the street? Would you? It'd be unusual. He's on the nickel, right?
I have no clue who's on the nickel.
I haven't seen a nickel in a long time. But I'm just saying to you, the chances are you have in your pocket something to reference. You could say, as you look at Mount Rushmore, you can say, okay, there's Washington, Roosevelt, Lincoln. Is that? Oh, yeah, that sure looks like Jefferson. All right, man. Let's get back at it. It was a good, productive weekend for Cowboy State Daily. Lots of stories.
And a lot of stuff to talk about.
Yeah.
Jake, let's see if your show survives the executive orders today.
Executive orders?
Yeah.
Oh,
Trump.
Yeah, Trump's.
I'm interested to see. Really interested to see those because people are going to be scrambling to get that done. Big time.
Yeah, there's a lot happening. Our own Wyoming legislature, and then the Trump inauguration, where he promised to shake it up, do all kinds of things right off the bat. Okay, perhaps
that's what people elected him to do. So it's going to happen.
If you see any dead air tomorrow at 6:01, you'll know we got axed. Maybe. Thanks, buddy.
I'll see you, Jake.
All right. Greg Johnson, managing editor of Cowboy State Daily, takes us to the top of the hour, and it's time for news with Wendy Core.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Monday, January 20th. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. Well, anyone who lives with wind knows the truth in the saying, it's not the cold, it's the wind chill. When Wyomingites get out and about today, they'll experience both. The National Weather Service anticipates dangerous wind chills as low as -50 as the coldest air of the sub-zero surge smothers the Great Plains and Rocky Mountains. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that in Wyoming, forecasts call for wind chills ranging from -15 to -45.
When you've got this massive cold, dry air that's sticking around, even a slight breeze can send the temperature, how it feels, plummeting. And some of the lows that we're looking at across Wyoming on Monday, which is going to be the coldest that it gets, it doesn't take long for exposed skin to be subject to frostbite when temperatures get that low. Like we're at -45, we're talking 10 minutes, if that, before you're putting yourself at risk if you stay out without the proper coverings. And even with the proper coverings, you want to limit your exposure to that kind of cold as much as possible.
Anyone brave enough to confront the cold will want to bundle up, but even several layers of winter clothing won't completely eliminate the dangers these severe wind chills present. Wyoming wallets have been on fire when it comes to homeowners' insurance rates, with customers reporting their rates doubling and tripling in the Cowboy State, even for longtime customers. Devastating wildfires this past season that burned more than 850,000 acres in Wyoming didn't help either. And Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that what's happening now in California could have even broader impacts on the nation's economy as a whole.
People have seen double and triple premiums. We know in Wyoming, we've already seen some issues. This California situation, insurance regulations are written to try to ensure that a company's rates reflect the cost of doing business in a particular state. There's a recent Harvard study that looks at this. When there's a huge natural catastrophe elsewhere, inevitably rates across the nation start going up.
The Wyoming Department of Insurance Commissioner told Cowboy State Daily that he thinks the ripple effects from the recent California fires herald price increases ahead. The Joint Appropriations Committee of the Wyoming Legislature made about 20 changes to Governor Mark Gordon's biennial budget Friday, reversing many of the governor's 2024 budget line item vetoes. Cowboy State Daily's Leo Wolfson reports that the changes send a strong message to the executive branch to cap off the first week of the 2025 legislative session.
They are making changes to the biennial budget that the governor had a final say on last spring. They already adjourned for the session, so they weren't able to try to override his vetoes. The interesting twist in all this is that the governor could once again override their overrides because this is going into the supplemental budget, which is really just adjustments to that biennial budget.
The changes made Friday will not result in any more or less money spent by the state, but will dictate how money is spent. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Looking to earn money for college while making a difference in your community? Join AmeriCorps Vista with Serve Wyoming. Vista members tackle affordable housing, food insecurity, and poverty across the state, all while promoting volunteerism. Enjoy a living stipend, health insurance, childcare, and college scholarships. No experience? No problem. Serve Wyoming is placing Vistas with Lions Disability Transportation in Cheyenne, the Nicolason Art Museum in Casper, and Rooted in Wyoming in Sheridan. Reach out to Serve Wyoming at servewyoming.org.
The search for a missing Lander man has intensified after his vehicle was discovered abandoned along a Utah interstate. The discovery also leaves authorities and family with more questions about what might have happened to 60-year-old Brent Lehman, who's been missing for more than a month. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports that they're turning to the public for help.
His car was found on December 13th, and this is before the family even knew he was missing. And the Utah police, because it was unattended, they had it towed and impounded. So they had no idea that this person was missing, but the windows were all down, which nobody I've talked to understands why in the winter, under what conditions a car would be found with all the windows down. And also the fact that his wallet and cell phone were still in the car. The only thing that was missing were his keys, and him, of course.
Lehman's daughter said there was no indication that her father had been suffering a mental health break or any other medical issues. Family members are asking for the public's help in sharing any information about Lehman's disappearance or any potential sightings of him. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Corr for Cowboy State Daily.
Yeah, cold is the message of the morning. Cold overnight, cold today, tonight, and tomorrow a little bit cold as well. And then we going to warm up a little, especially you lucky folks that are on the eastern side of the divide. You'll enjoy a little bit of Chinook action. I like the sound of that. And that'll be a slight warm-up, at least a warm-up from what you're seeing now. And most of us still seeing temperatures on the underneath of zero. Oh, I'll ask Don Day when we get him on here in just a little bit about the difference between cold temps with low humidity and the difference between cold temps and a lot of moisture in the air, high humidity. And I don't even know if that's possible. I've lived back east where you could have 12 degrees above zero and the humidity is high and it's just bone-chilling cold. Like I would take 0 in Wyoming or -5 in Wyoming any day above, 15 degrees Fahrenheit in Michigan when there's a lot of moisture in the air, high humidity. It just, feels so much colder. Is there any science to that? Why is that? Is it all just how we feel, or is it humidity really does cause an amplification of humidity when it's super warm amplifies how warm it is. And humidity, when it's really cold, makes it feel colder. What's the deal with humidity, Don Day? Let's ax him when we get him on at 7:20. Dale Killingbeck is scheduled for us later in the show, and he has some fascinating stories that we'll catch up with later when we get him on. This story from David Madison about Big Sky, Montana. David Madison is a Cowboy State Daily writer based in Montana. Most of his stories are going to have a Montana angle. But, Montana is just kind of Wyoming north. In Montana, they view Wyoming as Montana south, I'm sure. We're two very similar states. We get along, right? Except when water leaves one state and enters another, then we might not get along so great. We fight a little bit over who gets whose water, but that's our kindred brethren up there in Montana. They have some growing pains over Big Sky, according to David Madison's article. Big Sky is kind of the Jackson Hole of Montana. And real estate in Big Sky is zooming sky high. That put the big in Big Sky, I think. The most expensive homes in the state of Montana, mostly clustered around the area of Big Sky. You've got the ultra exclusive Yellowstone Club subdivisions like Silvertip, located in the Moonlight Basin area. It's a booming community. It's been booming for a while. I remember back when Ted Turner bought into Big Sky. It seems like it's always been under the influence of big money. And David Madison, his story about why residents of Madison County living in Big Sky are trying to remove themselves from the property tax base. They argue that it's not fair that they should be taxed. Their property tax should suffer the ills that property tax suffers when you've got some swanky neighbors. Same thing happening in Jackson. Same thing happening in a lot of communities in Wyoming. Property taxes soaring because of the valuation of your home, and that's going higher and higher. And a lot of it starts when big money moves in. And what they want to do in Big Sky, a couple of petitions are circulating in Madison County seeking withdrawal. They basically want to secede in some ways. A group, more than 100 people, showed up at Virginia City, Madison County seat last week to argue for and against what's shaping up to be a resort town secession movement. Like Jackson Hole, like Aspen, Colorado, like Big Sky, Montana, these mountain resort towns feeling the crunch from well-heeled folks who want to move in and buy land, and it causes property taxes to just be overwhelming for many. Growing pains in Big Sky, Montana's exclusive playground for the rich and famous. David Madison writes that story. Check it out in the Cowboy State Daily. Andrew Rossi's story about some interesting finds up there in the Beartooth Mountains I thought was fascinating. It's some of the highest elevations in the Beartooth Mountains. You've got ice patches that have been there for thousands of years. I mean, technically glaciers, right? That's what a glacier is. They got dozens of them up there in the Beartooths. A team of scientists is trying to deconstruct the ice forests, figure out what's underneath them and how they have preserved certain things. New research published in the Proceedings of National Academy of Sciences finds more than 30 ancient white bark trees preserved in one particular ice patch on Beartooth Plateau. This is just outside the northeast corner of Yellowstone. If you're trying to place where this is, scientists are studying these trees to determine the ice encasing them and to try to see, the general health of these trees. And it gives them an insight on what Earth looked like, what the world looked like some 6,000 years ago. Ice does such a great job of preserving everything when it covers it up that it allows stuff to basically not rot or rot a lot slower. That ice patch up there that's preserved, that white bark pine forest, is one of several discovered on the Beartooth Plateau, the oldest dated to 10,000 years ago. Now, that doesn't take you back far enough to the last ice age. You'd have to go farther than that. But it does take you back to a period of about 12,000 years ago where scientists believe there was a, let's say, cold snap, I'd say. And besides the trees found buried, scientists digging around in that ice have also found bison and bighorn sheep skulls. Possible evidence that they were hunted and butchered by Paleo Indians. They found that atlatl, which is just like I don't know how to, let me find a picture of an atlatl and you can see what I'm talking about. First, let me share some photos of the of what this ice field looks like. And of course, the ice is receding a little bit with the whole climate change thing. That's why scientists are making new discoveries. There's an aerial image showing ice patch margin where the white bark trees were found in that red area of that photo by Joe McConnell. Yeah, the ice patch in the Beartooth Mountain. There's where the Beartooth Mountains are. That's actually the greater Yellowstone ecosystem. Do we have a map of where the Beartooths are? Maybe not. Yeah, they found some woolly mammoth tusks and other cool things. Great story from Andrew Rossi, who will be on the show. I thought it was tomorrow. Maybe he's not on till Wednesday. I think, yeah. We talked to Greg Johnson earlier about not really his, but he does share the last name of the iconic Johnson's Corner on I-25. It closed recently, and it had people wondering what happened. Did it sell? Is it going away forever? What's going on with our favorite truck stop, Johnson's Corner, which includes a pretty popular restaurant that serves up world famous cinnamon rolls. It'll be back, and it'll be back with a new, better look, say owners. But not till it gets a little bit of a facelift. Longtime family restaurant serving as a pit stop along I-25, about an hour south of Cheyenne. It's technically in Colorado, Johnstown, Colorado. Popular truck stop for decades. Opened in 1952, and it's now closed. And the answer, discovered by Anna Louise Jackson for the Cowboy State Daily, writing this story, she found out that there's a rebranding as a chain restaurant. It won't be Johnson's Corner anymore, so that's kind of some sad news. It's going to be a chain restaurant, and that might be sad news to some. The restaurant was sold to a corporation back in 2014, and it looks like Johnson's Corner, the new version, will include Black Bear Restaurant. Black Bear Diners is a chain. They have a kind of a different look and flavor than Johnson's Corner. So you will notice a difference when you go to eat at the Black Bear Diner when they get it up and running. It'll feel different, look different. But you'll still get these scrumptious cinnamon roll. I'm going to share a photo of this just to make you hungry. Yeah, I could do that. There's the old Johnson's when it first went up back in the 1950s. And there's cinnamon rolls. I'm making myself hungry. Yeah, I like it. Like it a lot. Check out that story. Anna Louise Jackson letting travelers know what's going on with Johnson's Corner and why it was closed the other day and what's happening with the rebrand and the remodel. Let's get into the Zoom room, and we're going to get Don Day onto the scene with the day weather forecast. Don, it's cold everywhere. I was checking the weather map this morning with current temps. I couldn't find one place that was above zero. Not happening. And even today's high, you might be lucky to be on the upside of zero. What the heck?
Well, here it is. We talked about it last week that this was going to be a big Arctic outbreak. And yeah, you're right. Nobody has escaped going below zero this morning. It depends on where you are, but there will be places that don't get above zero today. I'm looking at wind chills that are 30, 40 below zero in many areas. Coldest temperature I've seen so far is up at Lake Yellowstone at 33 below zero. But there could be in the next hour or two, temperatures could fall even more in some areas.
So I noticed it took a while to get in the real grips of it because last night, where I am, I was looking for a 20 below overnight, and still at 1 a.m, it was, I don't know, single digits below. So I was wondering if, hey, maybe Don's wrong and it won't get as cold as it's supposed to. And then it got cold.
Well, keep in mind where you're at. You're surrounded by some very large mountains that are effective blocks of Arctic air. So, yeah, remember, Arctic air always goes to the low spots first. And then it has to climb and get over the ridges and squeeze through the canyons to get into those higher basins and valleys of the western part of the state. So the deepest part of this Arctic air is centered over the central and east central parts of the state. That's why if you look at Casper's overnight low is 25 below.
Yeah.
But if you go further west and south of Casper, it was still below zero, but not as cold. So that kind of gives you a clue in terms of where the deepest part of the Arctic air is.
I think we've talked about this in the past, but let's talk about it again with humidity and feels like. Humidity seems to be just an amplifier of temperature. So if it's hot and humid, it makes hot feel hotter. You're sweating more. Think of Houston. But when it's cold, humidity makes it feel colder. When we're this cold, 20 below, is there humidity in the air? Can there even be?
Well, there is, but there's very little because the amount of water that can be in the air is a function of temperature. So this is a trick test every meteorology professor gives students in their first year of meteorology is a 100% humidity more wet in Big Piney? Is there more water in the air as opposed to 10% humidity in Phoenix? And you think, well, 100% humidity, that means there's more water in the air. No, because Big Piney is so cold, 100% humidity is much less water than the air in Phoenix, believe it or not. So when the air is this cold, it's actually really dry. And folks probably are noticing their skin feeling dry. This is when you want to use hand lotion because there's just very little water in the air. But relative to the temperature, humidities are relatively high, but the amount of water in the air is actually very low.
All right, just ballpark it for us without a lot of science. If it's 15 below in Big Piney and it's 15 above in Cleveland, but it's super high humidity in that boat, who's colder? Who feels colder when you go outside?
Oh, it'll feel colder in Cleveland, without a doubt.
It's that humidity.
It's that humidity, right.
All right. Well, we don't have much of that to worry about. Too darn cold. We squeezed all the moisture right out of the air. When are we going to snap out of this? And I think you folks on the eastern half of the divide are going to be lucky. You're going to get in a little Chinook action maybe. But when do we come out?
Well, first of all, the cold is at its worst today, tonight, into tomorrow morning. That Chinook you mentioned, it's good news and bad news. It's good news for the eastern side of the state, but there's going to be a lot of wind, and we're going to have a lot of blowing snow on Interstate 80 tomorrow between Rollins and Cheyenne. So travelers need to be ready for that. I-25, Casper to Cheyenne, Wyoming 59, Gillette to Douglas. Yes, it gets warmer, but here comes the wind, and while the snow isn't deep, it's a fine, powdery, fluffy snow that's going to get blown around very, very easy. Now, the western basins and valleys, this is where the forecasts get really tricky. Some of that cold air that spilled over the mountaintops into the valleys, sometimes it sits there. It has to get pushed out. And so while we might see the eastern side of the state a lot warmer, we could still see temperatures below zero in some parts of the state Wednesday morning. Where that cold air isn't had a chance to get pushed out yet. So we'll have a smorgasbord of temperatures by Tuesday afternoon and into Wednesday.
All right. What about, it's too early to look at the weekend? Are we going to be a little better next weekend, this weekend?
We won't be as cold, but we've got another system coming in, and it does look like we may see some snow chances across the state Friday and Saturday. So that'll be something that we'll need to hone in on.
All right, good deal. Thank you, Don. Stay warm.
You too.
All right, day weather forecast, as you heard from the man himself, continued cold. Yeah, let's do the actual day weather forecast and then take a quick break and reset with a few more stories on the Cowboy State Daily.
Almost the entire state of Wyoming is under some type of advisory for severe cold, bitter cold wind chills, and conditions that will be in the severe cold category through today, through tonight, and into early Tuesday. Many parts of Wyoming today may not even get above zero. If we get above zero in some areas, it won't be by much. And most of the state and region will see sub-zero temperatures again tonight. Now, during the day Tuesday, while Tuesday does start off with severe cold in many areas, a bit of a Chinook wind will develop along and east of the Continental Divide. Now, that's good news. That will bring in some warmer temperatures. This will help the Arctic air retreat. The bad news is we're going to see strong winds developing Tuesday, and that's going to cause some areas of blowing and drifting snow. So we've got to get through the severe cold today, tonight, and early tomorrow. Then wind on Tuesday, temperatures a bit more moderate for the middle of the week.
I'm Amy Grant, and I want to talk to you from my heart about the heart. There was nothing about my life that said, you have a ticking time bomb in your chest. But I did. I wound up in the office of a cardiologist because I was there with my husband. And at the tail end of that, the cardiologist looked at me and said, I want to see you. No one was more surprised than I was to learn I was living with a rare heart condition. He said, Amy, this condition, you'll be fine, and then catastrophic. A few months later, I had open heart surgery that saved my life. And I owe it to the research and life-saving medical breakthroughs developed by the American Heart Association. I'm grateful for the American Heart Association. Their research gave me more time to do the things I love with the people I love. So listen to your heart. I'm here today because I did. Learn more at helpheart.org.
Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake continues.
28 past the hour on MLK Inauguration Day, Martin Luther King. A lot of folks have off, banks, federal, a lot of schools, if not all schools, MLK Day. Inauguration as well, and apparently that's going on with all-day coverage. I'm not sure when the actual swearing in is, but I know early this morning, like, they're getting right to it. Of course, everything is moved indoors, which is a little bit of a downer for our Montana State Rodeo team that was going to be attending. A story from David Madison. They were all ready to go up there. A contingent from the Montana State University Rodeo team was to be part of the inaugural parade for President Trump, President-elect Trump in Washington, D.C. today. They wrangled up 6 local horses and a wagon for the event. They were all set to board the plane Saturday when we all got news that the whole shindig was being moved indoors. And that means there's no need for the parade. 36 student athletes were ready to roll. In the inauguration, it was Montana State's University Rodeo team. That's too bad. Huge opportunity. Obviously, MSU Rodeo head coach Kyle Whitaker told Cowboy State Daily Thursday, just a big surprise. They were definitely all excited to go, but then when they got word Saturday that scrapped the plans, that was it was tough. Bobcat Athletics and Montana State University coach Whitaker said on behalf Leon Costello said on behalf of Coach Whitaker and Bobcat Athletics and the whole rodeo team, I want to express our gratitude for the invitation to represent Montana and MSU in the inaugural parade. Go Cats, said Director of Athletics Leon Costello, but go Keg. The Cats won't be going to D.C. Yeah, they got news Saturday. They're not the only ones who are not going to get to take part in the parade. The ceremony was to include a real hodgepodge of guests, or I don't know, what do you call a parade guest? A group called Navajos for Trump was to take part, along with a Colorado company called Lunar Outpost that specializes in designing advanced mobility that enables a sustainable human presence in space. There was going to be the America's Patriotic Tractor from West Des Moines, Iowa. I'm sorry, I'm going to miss that. It's a restored 1957 Ford 860 tractor with red, white, and blue paint job. Cool. Media reports dubbed it on the campaign trail, dubbed it the Trump Tractor because its owner, Gary Loeffler, was a Trump caucus captain in Iowa. So, of course, the tractor gets the invite. The MSU rodeo team would have been there. High school marching band from Texas playing the U.S. Air Force pipes and drums. Yeah, a lot of folks that would have been part of that parade are going to be disappointed not to take part. There was to be some 7,500 participants from 23 states representing Americans from all walks of life, and all that gets canceled as they move indoors. Darn it. Darn it, darn it. Wyoming prosecutors say widespread lawyer shortage is hurting them too. We had a story, I think it was maybe 2 weeks ago, from Claire McFarland that talked about 3 or 4 counties in Wyoming that are hit hard by a shortage of attorneys. And it means, or it's going to mean, that in some cases, if you've got a low-end misdemeanor, it's not, low-end is not the correct term. What do you call like a minor? There's some misdemeanors that are bad and some that are considered low-grade misdemeanor. I don't think grade's right either. Where's my lawyer crowd? Get on the Facebooks and tell me. It's low class misdemeanor, maybe. There were some cases where, if you didn't have a real important misdemeanor, low class, I'll call it, unless I'm told otherwise, their possibility would be there'd be no public defendant available for you. That's part of the Miranda rights. When they're slapping the cuffs on you, they say if you cannot afford attorney, one will be provided for you. Unless it's in such and such county, Wyoming, where we just can't afford it. Because there isn't anyone. No one wants to donate their time, or, I mean, it's not donate. You do get paid, but you don't get paid enough. If you're a lawyer in the big law firm and you set aside a certain amount of your caseload to be a public defender, it doesn't really pay the bills, but you do it. Give back to your community, all that jazz. Well, less and less do lawyers want to do that anymore. And counties are finding a tough time finding a public defender for you. Now we hear news that even prosecutors, even on the other end, other side of the bench, Sweetwater County top prosecutor found that he's down 2 people. He did make a recent hire. Here's Claire McFarland with more about that story.
The job description for prosecutors in Wyoming runs the gamut. They run criminal cases, address expungements, handle juvenile delinquency and probation issues, just to name a few of their duties. But some of the state's prosecuting attorneys told Crime and Courts reporter Claire McFarland that they're doing it with too few employees.
There's a shortage in government attorneys across the board, right? The public defenders are really pinched, especially in the Northeast, and the prosecutors are feeling the pinch pretty much statewide. But then maybe the legislature has to balance their different priorities.
Current prosecutors say the problem isn't just a staff shortage, but a shortage of qualified applicants, which leaves openings unfilled longer. And whether public defender or prosecutor, government attorneys do tend to make less money than those in the private sector.
There's probably several reasons for the attorney shortage, but the short answer is, too many lawyers, or a lot of lawyers, are going into private practice and doing things other than criminal practice. They're chasing the money, and the money is in, doing corporate kind of stuff and less courtroom stuff. I'm going to make a note to ask Cassie Craven why she thinks there's a shortage of lawyers. She's our handy lawyer. Cassie, yeah. I'm going to ask her, Cassie Craven, her latest article, by the way. She'll be joining us in about 5 minutes. Her latest column, opinion column of the Cowboy State Daily, is titled That Time a National LGBT Group Blasted a Wyoming Group. She's been immersed in the legislature. So we'll talk a little bit about what's been happening there. And it's been a fast start to the session for sure. And Cassie said, because things are running smoothly when you put the right people in charge. When you vote the right group in charge, you'd be surprised how fast things get done, Cassie Craven says. She'll be joining us shortly. I have a good pre-recorded interview with Brian Pedersen with a fantastic story, a real Wyoming story. I'll play that in the 8 o'clock hour. You don't want to miss that, and a chance to get involved for you listeners and viewers. It's pretty cool story. Brian Pedersen, if the name rings a bell, former legislator himself, also heads the boxing commission, or the fight commission. I'm not sure the exact term. I'll look it up. Yeah, and he's an MMA fighter himself, by the way. But in this case, what we're going to talk to Brian about has nothing to do with any of that. It's just a very interesting story. He was featured on Wendy Corr's podcast recently. If you want to learn more about Brian Pedersen, we'll have that interview in the next hour. Meanwhile, I promised Greg Johnson on my bucket list is to have a weekend bender with some absinthe. It's the spirit of old, and a liquor once thought to bring on madness and murderous thoughts. Absinthe is back from the dead, and it's back in Wyoming. It was illegal for nearly a century branded by the wine industry as a spirit of murder and madness, but it's making a comeback across the country and in Wyoming. Renee Jean found at least 2 venues serving this once forbidden liquor. What's the deal with absinthe? The Emerald liquor is an Alice in Wonderland kind of drink, Renee writes, quickly earning itself the legendary nickname La Fille Verte, French for the Green Fairy. And this is back in a time when some of the most famous poets in the world, some painters, some real artistic people chose absinthe to put their mind in an altered state. That's not why it was banned and outlawed. That came from incident in Sweden. It came from the heavy-handed marketing of the wine industry back before absinthe was banned. This is in the late 1800s, early 1900s. There were people that would prefer drinking absinthe with your as a post-meal nightcap instead of wine. And so obviously the wine industry was all too happy to spread rumor and get absinthe banned. Switzerland was the first to ban the drink in 1908. And that was basically after just a horrible incident. A family was murdered by a Swiss worker named Jean Lafray, allegedly under absinthe's evil influences, shot his pregnant wife and his 2 children after a drinking binge that began and ended with absinthe. He then hanged himself in prison before he could be sentenced. Switzerland, the country's reaction was to just ban absinthe altogether in 1908, and the rest of the world basically followed suit in the following years. America banned absinthe in 1912, and it would remain illegal here until 2007. And much of the reason was the wine industry claiming that absinthe was an evil drink, even though there was not science to support that. And then it just lived on in infamy ever since. Renee Jean, though, she wasn't afraid to go have herself some, I don't know if she did have some, we'll have to ask Renee if she imbibed it all. Lightning in a glass, absinthe, not quite as strong as Everclear, but it's close. You want to water down your absinthe with water. There's water right there. It takes a very particular, the bartender's got to know what he's doing, he or she, to pour you a correct glass of absinthe, because you don't want it too strong. As I flip through the photos, and Renee found at least 2 places in Wyoming that serve a pretty good absinthe. All right. La Rev Restaurant and Raw Bar in Sheridan, and Backwards Distilling Company in Casper. 2 places where you can grab yourself a little bit of absinthe should you feel motivated. Good story from Renee Jean. We'll talk to her tomorrow and find out how much absinthe she drank before she wrote that story. Let's take a quick break and we'll get Cassie Craven into the Zoom room right after these.
Eva Marie smoked 12,000 packs of cigarettes over 15 years. She quit, and now there's a new lung cancer screening that could save her life. You stopped smoking. Now start screening. No matter how much you smoked, early detection could save you. Talk to your doctor or learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I don't remember how it started.
Go to that.
Our back and forth. It always came back.
Dad!
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
45 past the hour, 50 to front. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues on this Monday, MLK Day, and of course, Inauguration Day, January 20th. That day, prior to 1933, took place in March. As we learned, I think last week, we talked a little bit about Inauguration Day, and we found that, it originally was March when we swore in our new president, and that changed in 1933, primarily because it was thought it gave the outgoing president too long to goof around with lame duck policy, like, pardoning people and making some last minute decisions on your way out. So that changed in 1933 when the president in 33, it would have been the dude right after Hoover. It was the only time when a president actually had two inaugurations in 1933. Let's get to the Zoom room, and it's Cassie Craven. Who was that president? Did you know prior to 1933, inauguration happened in March? That's when we brought our new president in.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, that was way back when. I learned that just reading some Wyoming history, this day in history back in the day. Cassie, all right, before we get into, are you drinking absinthe or you got your mimosa going?
I've been enjoying the absinthe conversation this morning. I was not intimately familiar with said absinthe, but I would try that. No, I just put extra liberal tears in my coffee this morning. I thought it might be too early for the whiskey, and that's all you and I have in the house. So no champagne.
Drunk on the concoction of the woke. Yes, you're drinking extra liberal tears. Oh, man. All right, before we toast Inauguration Day, and I'm sure you're going to be glued to the festivities, let's talk about, I don't know if I don't think I asked you this, but Claire McFarland's had a couple of stories about the shortage of lawyers, both as potential public defenders, even prosecuting attorneys. It's hard to find someone who wants to work in the courtroom. I guess, I would imagine it just doesn't pay as good as being one of 8 people on the corporate payroll to do something like that. What's going on in the lawyer world? Are we not graduating enough people out of law school, or where are they choosing to go?
Well, I think you have to remember that a very small portion of people who become lawyers want to be litigators of any kind. Like, there's plenty of lawyers that want to work for the IRS or draft wills, and people go to law school to do that. And so it's already a very small pool that you're dealing with. And then once you get into litigation, like you talked about earlier, corporate litigation, some of those big firms don't handle that kind of work, and you're not even allowed to take those contracts to help the public defender office. And so I don't think it's really, that they're not offering enough pay. I just think there's so few people already practicing in Wyoming in that niche. There's just slim pickings, and the criminal trajectory of crime has been increasing overall in the state as our population increases. And so I think you're seeing more and more cases. I don't feel so bad for the prosecutors because they drive the bus. They can settle cases. They're in charge. But the public defenders are more at a whim because constitutionally, you have to have representation. And if there's no people, that's why Brandon Booth, the public defender, sent in that letter and said, I have no one to appoint, so that's going to be a problem. I don't know that the courts can just require private practitioners to be assigned to cases. That doesn't feel right to me. And that's what the judge there is talking about doing. But I don't know if you remember the state public defender a few years ago when it was Diane Lozano got held in contempt of court for failing to appoint a public defender, and she appealed that to the Supreme Court and was successful in defending that. And it sort of put the legislature in a position where they had to fund her more. They had to just give her more funding. So that's been something that I've advocated for in some of my columns too. I think when we think about cutting the government, we just can't cut that. It's a constitutional right for people to have representation.
Yeah, it's in your Miranda rights that you read. An attorney will be appointed for you, unless we can't afford it. They'll have to add that or do something. Yeah, that's weird. Let's, before, again, when we talk about the national scene and the inauguration, let's look closer to home in Cheyenne. The legislature is off and running and getting things done really quick. You would suggest it's because we got some reasonable people in there that I wonder, is it because we have all like-minded for the most part, all pulling on the rope in the same direction? Would we have the same smooth start to the legislature with getting things done? If it was majority Democrats, would they be able to do the same thing, get things going because they hold the power, or we just have a lot of smart people in there right now?
No, I don't disagree with that. I mean, when I say conservative-led legislature, it's not just the Freedom Caucus. There's a whole batch of other folks that have said, I'm not signing up to any caucus. The only people I'm beholden to are my voters. And there's a whole swath of them too, which are conservative-minded. I don't know. It's something about coal miners and ranchers and small business owners. It's just, they want to see it get done and they feel so much obligation because it was such a loud mandate from the voters that I've seen these guys already looking exhausted one weekend. Like, they're taking it very seriously and they are making an effort to fast track things, but also being respectful of the fact that people have been critical of, it's like an echo chamber, right? You all sort of think the same thing. So there's been ample debate on a lot of bills, and the moderates and more liberal leaning folks have had ample opportunity to bring up amendments and debate on the floor. So I don't see it as, they're pushing it through just because they can. I feel it's more of a sense of obligation that they feel to the voters. And that's been really interesting to watch because it's, usually things are challenged on rules or, there's all this sort of infighting. And we saw a little bit of that with Hicks, talking about the abortion record of Barlow. But other than that, we really just haven't seen a lot of that. There's almost an understood, mandate, like I said, that this needs to happen. And they're dead set on making sure it happens on time.
Yeah, that was weird. That seemed to be a little bit of, first week posturing, strutting your peacock feather. I'm righter than you are. Yeah, I'm not sure where that came from, but looks like.
Well, remember, he and Sherry Steinmetz wanted leadership in the Senate, so there's sort of a divide there, right, under the surface. And I think Hicks realized it sort of made him look like a sore loser, and he didn't like that. That's not how he meant it to come across. But people are people, and sometimes when you feel like you're a veteran and you've worked hard for something, it makes you mad when this other guy gets a position. So yeah. I think that came out, and that's normal, but he apologized for it. I think that's a good thing. He's a good man. I think he just got caught up in the moment.
This session is different. There's been a pivot, and there's common folks pitted against establishment bureaucrats, as Cassie Craven writes. And I love the you're painting it for us as a potential episode of The Handmaid's Tale, which I don't watch, but I get it. That's fantastic. And I love Elizabeth Moss in Mad Men. She's great. Yeah, is it an episode of Handmaid's Tale? Is that where we're headed? Or have we already been living Orwell's 1984 like some of us feel? That was fantastic writing. I love that, Cassie.
Yeah, I think that the drama was not in short supply as the What is a Woman bill was being debated, right? And that was the main theory of the case brought forward by Democrats. Somehow we have to enforce this law, right? Because every law needs enforcement. And how do we enforce it? Does the government hire people to do genital checks? And what does that look like for your liberty? There were all these heartfelt liberty arguments elections. And I think it's just ridiculous. Several of the sponsors were like, well, obviously it's an honor system. Like, obviously we're not going to have chief genital inspector working for the state of Wyoming. But it's just fascinating to me that something that seems so logical can be so twisted. And I think that's a testament to the fact of how stupid this whole thing is to begin with.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we had lawmakers pounding the podium saying, who's going to look under my hood? I dare the first person who wants to do the gender check. It is.
Or Representative Jarvis, too. She beat Jeanette Ward, and the reason she did was a local dispute over a gravel pit. But her district's very conservative, and I think they will not be very happy with her from what I've been hearing. So it's been interesting to see that play out, too.
And I love your take on the sometime circus of Cheyenne. But this should be a smooth runner. We'll see. We got a lot of people that have a focused agenda, and I think we're going to get there quickly. We saw already a little bit of headbutting with Governor Gordon's supplemental budget. Some people crossing out there. I mean, it's on. Yeah.
I think it's on, and there's not too much he can do about it. And I think because he can't do much about it, he's just going to be pretty quiet. I think if he thinks he might want to hold higher office someday, he knows it's best to just shut his mouth and go along.
Yeah.
But I don't think he likes that because there's a lot of special interests that support him that don't like that. And so I'm sure he's hearing a lot of chirping to do a lot of things.
Yeah.
But we'll see what happens. I mean, like you said in a statement, I think to Cowboy State, or we reported on it, it's a long session, right? A lot of things can happen. And Representative Neiman, when he was interviewed by PBS, he said, I don't see the governor as an enemy. You know, it's not like anyone's out to get him. We're literally trying to do what people told us they want done, and we're just going to keep doing that.
Yeah. And I think in a lot of cases, the governor will grit his teeth and just maybe not sign things. I don't think he's going to rock the boat too much, but I don't think he'll be super happy with some of the outcome because, there is a future, I feel, for Governor Gordon. We'll see what it is. Trump inaugurated today, and are you going to be glued to the TV? You're going to be excited? I can't believe. Oh, oh my daddy's home. Where did you get that?
It was custom.
I need one.
You got to get a good custom t-shirt on again, right?
Wow.
I'm so ready. It starts at 10.
Starts at 10. Trump, we're going indoors. Have we ever done that?
They did the last time with Ronald Reagan for the same reason that it was so cold outside that they didn't think it was safe for people. Because you have to remember, people line up for hours for this. I mean, you've seen the pictures. It goes back forever. And so it would be dangerous to have people out there. But it's sort of a bummer. Like you touched on earlier in the show, they had some really neat things planned. And so I think that's a bummer. But I'm hearing that it's just going to be congressmen, his family, like spouses can't even come in because there's such a tight threshold inside the Capitol. So.
Yeah, and the only people happy probably is Secret Service, who say it'll be easier keeping the president-elect safe because they've done a crappy job of it so far. That may be the case. Interesting that it was Reagan the last time we went indoors because Reagan was a pretty old dude when we swore him in, and I think Trump would be the oldest president.
I think so.
Yeah, and they're going to put him indoors. Too cold for all these old guys. Meanwhile, in Wyoming, we're all shivering. But you're right. Like 5 a.m. is when some journalists and reporters who are covering it have to be there and get through screening. So, yeah. All right. Is it too early? And I want you to totally enjoy the day, Cassie, because you're going to be cheering and you're going to have your front row inaugural seat. But is it too early to think about 4 years from now? We talk about these old guys. I mean, before Kamala got involved, we had one old guy against another old guy. Where is the next POTUS coming from? And are we going to have a youth movement? I don't see who it is. You got a crystal ball. You want to look 4 years ahead before we even swear in Trump today?
I think people like J.D. Vance, Vivek Ramaswamy, I think that's the future of the GOP. I think people are done with this sort of like old establishment, you earn it. We more want people that, Kamala Harris couldn't run a lemonade stand. We want people that haven't just worked in government their entire lives and have done things. I think that matters to more people. And in terms of the youth, I mean, I think they get behind ideas. I don't think it's an age factor. I mean, we've seen a lot of conservatives support Tulsi Gabbard now, right? Because of some of her nuanced sort of libertarian vibe conservatism. So I think it's shifting, and I don't think we're age-based. I think we're idea-based.
Enjoy the day, Cassie. Stay warm. Daddy's home. Inauguration Monday. Happy
Thanks.
inauguration to you. Yep. That's Cassie Gray joining us every Monday, 7:45. She has a great opinion piece you got to read in the Cowboy State Daily. That time a national LGBT group blasted a Wyoming one. She talks about the legislature and just the madness sometimes that it has become. But maybe we're going to we'll move some of the madness out of the way and finally make sense of things, because common folk are taking over at Capital City, replacing establishment bureaucrats. Cassie Craven's latest article, very enlightening. Check it out. And a happy MLK Inauguration Day to you. Let's get to top of the hour news, and Wendy Core's got that for you in just a sec.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Monday, January 20th. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. A dry December might have left Wyoming snowmobilers and lodge owners feeling a little anxious, but January has been bringing a bounty of fresh powder to mountain ranges across the state. Outdoors reporter Mark Hines spoke to several snowmobilers who say this year's conditions could be even better than last year.
It was kind of a slow start in December, but it's really starting to pile up. They're reporting 2.5 feet of fresh powder at the Wyoming High Country Lodge up above level. Things are looking good in the Wyoming range, snowy range, but also we get a lot of folks from the Midwest. And I did talk to one gentleman from the Midwest, and he said, yep, everybody out there is getting pretty stoked over Wyoming. So here we go. It's snowmobile season.
The Bighorn Mountains and Snowy Range Mountains are a huge draw for Midwesterners. They're the first big mountain ranges that snowmobilers headed from there will hit along the interstate highways. The job description for prosecutors in Wyoming runs the gamut. They run criminal cases, address expungements, handle juvenile delinquency and probation issues, just to name a few of their duties. But some of the state's prosecuting attorneys told Crime and Courts reporter Claire McFarland that they're doing it with too few employees.
There's a shortage in government attorneys across the board, right? The public defenders are really pinched, especially in the Northeast, and the prosecutors are feeling the pinch pretty much statewide. But then maybe the legislature has to balance their different priorities.
Current prosecutors say the problem isn't just a staff shortage, but a shortage of qualified applicants, which leaves openings unfilled longer. And whether public defender or prosecutor, government attorneys do tend to make less money than those in the private sector. Jet setters know the Aman brand means posh and pampered resorts, the kind where no one parks their own Lexus, and the continental breakfast never includes Fruit Loops. The only one in Wyoming is the Amangani, an uber-ritzy mountaintop retreat named for the brand. But the Petite Aman, perched high atop East Grovant Butte overlooking a pristine valley, is a 5-bedroom, 6-bath, 11,882 square foot home designed to mimic the Amangani. And Cowboy State Daily's Jake Nichols reports that it's on the market, although he said it's difficult to put a price on a property such as this.
The uniqueness of this property to have a listing price of $18 million with very little acreage. So it's not a big place, pretty big house, but the Aman brand, they have almost 36 properties around the world, and they're all just one more luxurious than the next. And this property being zoned in short term makes it especially attractive. The potential to derive revenue from it in short term rental is huge. And then to be able to send your guests over to the Aman, the lodge, and have them use that gym or that resource, the amenities they have. Big selling point.
The deck to the north of the Petite Aman has views of the slopes of Jackson Hole Mountain Resort. The home also includes a grand foyer, 5 king-size bedrooms, a library and media room, a 2-sided wood-burning fireplace, plus an outdoor pool. school. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Looking to earn money for college while making a difference in your community? Join AmeriCorps Vista with Serve Wyoming. Vista members tackle affordable housing, food insecurity, and poverty across the state, all while promoting volunteerism. Enjoy a living stipend, health insurance, childcare, and college scholarships. No experience? No problem. Serve Wyoming is placing Vistas with Lions Disability Transportation in Cheyenne, the Nicholas and Art Museum in Casper, and Rooted in Wyoming in Sheridan. Reach out to Serve Wyoming at servewyoming.org.
Well, for 70 years, from the time of the Civil War through the early 20th century, national banks in Wyoming could have their own money printed, complete with their names and towns on it. Cowboy State Daily's Jackie Dorothy reports that now these $10 and $20 bills are still legal tender and worth big bucks to collectors.
So there was 51 national banks in Wyoming. So 51 banks were doing this. The bank teller and the bank president had to sign it to make it legal tender. So when it's coming from the U.S. Mint, it was not legal yet. And that's a lot of times when it would be robbed and stolen. And so then you had the problem of forged banknotes.
In 2017, an 1875 $20 bill from Cheyenne, Wyoming Territory, sold at auction for $72,000, and an 1875 $10 bill from the National Bank of Laramie sold for $40,000. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the Daily Newsletter button on CowboyStateDaily.com. I'm Wendy Corr for Cowboy State Daily.
Show with Jake. Yeah, back at it, 6 into the hour in our third hour of the show. And I want to play this pre-recorded interview. I've never done that on the show, so if I hit some wrong buttons, if something goes funky, that's to be expected, really. Anytime I do something for the first time, second time, third time, it's riddled with error. But I'll do what I can because I want you to hear this interview. It's Brian Pedersen. If you don't know him, he's been the subject in a few Cowboy State Daily stories, many concerning combat sports in Wyoming because he heads the commission. He invented the commission, the Wyoming Combat Sports Commission, which sanctions boxing, bare knuckle boxing. Remember there was a story about hockey fights where two guys fight like it's all the best stuff about hockey except for the puck and the scoring. Who needs that? It's just boils hockey down to fighting. These are all, slap boxing, all these things that you may have seen in Wyoming all have to go through the Wyoming Combat Sports Commission, headed by former legislator and former MMA fighter himself, Brian Pedersen. He's a pretty cool dude. He's got his one son, Brock, was featured in a Cowboy State Daily story that I wrote. I think he holds a record, high school record long field goal. He's going to be a kicker. You'll see one day. You watch. He's going to be kicking college, and then maybe one day he's going to get paid to kick Brock Pedersen. But this is an interview done over the weekend with Brian Pedersen about something totally different, a little piece of his personal life. And I just found it really cool. What a cool story. Let me try to... Welcome into the Zoom room, Brian Pedersen, former state legislator, MMA fighter. The guy will tell you his credentials to be on any show. Pretty much he'll knock you out if you don't let him on. Let's just say that. He heads up the Wyoming Combat Sports Commission. There wasn't even one before he figured it out. Bare knuckle boxing, hockey fights without the hockey. This is the guy behind it. You've read about him in the Cowboy State Daily. You probably saw his podcast interview with Wendy Corr and the Roundup to get more background on him. We have him on the show here, not to necessarily discuss any of those things. We have something real unique that doesn't come along every day, thank goodness. that happened to Brian. But first off, Brian, how's everything? What's going on? Just a quick update on the legislature, the state of the state when it comes to combat sports in Wyoming.
I'll tell you what's great is that we're such a leader in combat sports globally that we're now regulating from Wyoming fights in Dubai, fights in London, fights in Canada. We are, in fact, the leader in bare knuckle regulation globally, and also on the rules committee for the National Association of Boxing Associations. So it's fun. We got our guys going everywhere and putting in the work and trying to make fights safer for all the competitors.
Wow. That's super cool. Now, one thing that should not be a contact sport is driving. And I want you to take us back to what happened last weekend. We found out because pretty much we troll you, Brian. I don't mind saying what we always want to know what's going on in Brian Pedersen's world. So we noticed this on Facebook. Now, take us back to what happened, rebuild this story. You got in an accident, man, who hasn't in this state, with weather and driving. And but this one could end well if we do it smart.
Yeah, I think so. My family, we were headed down to the Bronco game. We were actually going down to watch them play the Chiefs. And so we go really early. And as you and I have discussed, my oldest son is a college kicker. My middle son kicks in for Central. And so we go very early to games. We're about 2.5 hours early before a game because we're here because who's at the game that early? The custodial staff, the Pedersens, and special teams.
Yeah,
because we
and
got to go watch special teams warm up. Yeah, so the whole stadium's empty, and we're just out there watching the kickers and having a great time. Well, as we're headed down, we're headed down Pershing here in Cheyenne, and I'm coming across. So I got a green light. We're a little before 10 in the morning, and all of a sudden I'm looking to my right, coming across there, and this car just slides right into me. And if we're all honest with ourselves, I've got a little empathy because in Wyoming, those first icy days, we've all done it a time or two where we went, "Oh, please stop! Oh, please stop!" And it kind of gives it a, and you know what? We stopped. And we get lucky. This person ended up being a nice young lady. Did not. Just went right into the side of my wife's Escalade, and we get out, and this car, it looked like a NASCAR or I have a better F1 that goes into a wall. You know how they're designed to fall apart to protect the driver?
Yeah, they're made to break
everywhere. Completely total. There's pink fluid coming out from underneath. The radiator is shoved into the car, and it's making a hissing sound. And out comes the nicest young lady. I look at in her car, and she's got one of the parking stickers for one of our high schools, so that she can park there. So, got a high school student here, 1990s Pontiac. This poor girl, and she's dressed real nice. I found out later, I was talking to her. She's actually on her way back from church that morning by herself because her mom couldn't join her, and runs into my car, and it's totaled. And my heart went out to her. I found out that she's got liability only, like a lot of people do. And I found out also that she had saved up to pay for this car, working retail after school here in Cheyenne while maintaining nearly a 4.0. She's a member of National Honor Society, almost no absences, just a neat kid, not like I was when I was 16, right? Yeah. And she's ready to graduate a full year early. So I said, we got to do something, because she's going to have to start over. She's getting rides to work, rides to high school. And we got to raise some money. So I reached out to my friends, family, clients, and asking everybody, can you give me $100, and we'll try and get something, And as this process began and we started raising, I contacted her mom and I said, hey, I've got a possible fundraising solution. We're looking for a car replacement probably. And her mom says, can we at least have, I don't want to beg, but can we have a all-wheel drive? Because it is Wyoming, and I said, oh, for sure. And so we ended up raising through these donations over $10,000. And my wife and I put in some money, and we were able to get her in with a Ford Echo 2018, had about 50,000 miles on it. There was a little hail damage, but come on, we're 16, we can do a little hail damage. But when she goes to get in the car and she's checking it out, the real interesting part is she starts laughing with her mom about something. I said, what's funny? And she said, the back door's open. Apparently, the back doors on her old car couldn't be opened except for from the inside, and they didn't lock properly.
Right.
And so now she's got this functioning car. She's going to get through. Going to graduate a year early. I had no legal liability. She ran into me, but I think I had a moral obligation to try and reach out to my friends, family, and clients and try and help this young lady out.
Well, you thought you did. The rest of us, I got to say, on the way to this big football game would have got out of the car and say, well, there's not too much damage on my part. What's your insurance? See you later. You found out an awful lot about this young lady and this encounter, and then you did an awful lot. Wow. That's pretty cool.
It was great. She went to go see the car and didn't know she was getting it that morning. And so she comes in as just looking at a possibility, knowing that I had done some fundraising. I'd let her mom know a little bit more than that, but I did tell her. And she came around and she was, of course, stunned, because she had no idea what to do. So there wasn't a lot of talking. And then there were a lot of tears from all of us involved. My wife was there and my kids and her mom was there, and a lot of hugs and tears and stuff. And, you think about what it means to a person when you're doing everything right, and then something like that takes a right turn. Marvel has, your villain origin story where you just give up, and you say, I'm just go do other stuff now, forget it. And a whole community came together to make sure that she went the other way. And she texted me, asked about, what could she do to pay it forward? And I said, in the next 20 years, you'll know it when you see it.
Mm.
Some will be in front of you and you'll know that that's the time to help that person with that thing. And, and I think that it was approachable because it was a smaller, dollar amount per person that so many people wanted to chip in, and it doesn't always have to be, it feels good to hold the door open for people. It feels good to help other people and it builds. And I hope that, people see this. Maybe you find a way to help your neighbor with a little something. I mean, we're all here to help our neighbors in our community.
Yeah, such a Wyoming thing. And I hope, I had the same thing happen to my wife and I, like a first-year teen driver. And the first thing you say when you get out of the car is, obviously they're in tears. They can't believe, and you say, happens all the time. Could happen to anyone. Like we've all been there. It's okay. You can fix this kind of stuff. But that's as far as it usually goes. Brian, you go the extra mile and what a cool thing.
I was just grateful that we could put it together for her. It's her first snowstorm she's ever driven in, first time on those stuff. And I'm so grateful to everyone who came and they wrote me a check or Venmo'd me, and we were able to put something real good. And the dealership was great. They redid all the fluids, and threw in some floor mats and stuff, and sound down the rotor so her brakes will work real well, So everybody came together and helped out, and it was nice. We're kicking off the year, helping our neighbors, and that's a great way to start the year.
Great takeaway. I hope our listeners, our viewers, get a takeaway in this. To pay it forward, it's just a cool Wyoming thing, or a cool thing anywhere to see. And
absolutely.
Good for you. I know you didn't do it for the shout out. I know you don't do it for that. It's just motivated by who you are, but that's pretty cool. And I appreciate you sharing that with us.
I'll tell you what, it was a free drug that whole day. All of those endorphins and all of that adrenaline, and helping her was phenomenal. It just felt good. And I got a lot of feedback from a lot of my friends that said, thanks for letting me be part of that, to help that young lady out and make a difference in her life.
And you might have been late, but the Broncos threw the beat down on the Chiefs, so it all worked out.
We missed field goal, but we made it for punt, and the Broncos won. We had a great day.
Cool. Well, thanks for coming on, Brian. I'm glad you made time for that, and what a cool thing. Don't be a stranger. Get on this show whenever anything happens in your different hats you wear in life. We got to know about it, please.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thanks, brother. Buddy. Thanks for having me on. Enjoy the rest of the week, man.
Thank you. You too. Yeah, great interview. Brian, thank you for making yourself available and sharing that story, which we saw posted on Facebook, and just really uplifting. I'm so happy for this teenage driver, and if you're listening, young lady, yeah, we all hit something sooner or later. It's winter, it's slippery roads, and it's okay. And I'm glad she got a new rig out of it. That's all right. Something maybe safer or more dependable, all-wheel drive. So yeah, Brian Pedersen. And hopefully she finds an opportunity to continue to pay it forward. We all got to be there for each other, especially in Wyoming. We do. Let's help each other up in Wyoming. We're going to help some Michiganders. I know so many people from the UP that come here to snow machine. This story from Mark Hines. I'm reading, of course I read the CJ Box novels, and CJ's got a Joe Pickett book that I'm reading right now, one of 20 something. And in it, Joe Pickett meets somebody and they say, we're from the UP. And Joe Pickett says, Union Pacific? And it just showed like a lot of people from Wyoming, if they heard UP, might say, Union, you mean the railroad? But no, we know that means the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, where they love their snowmobiling. And the problem is they haven't had much to snowmobile in here in Wyoming. There's a lot of folks come out here. It's been a dry December. Snowmobilers, lodge owners feeling a little anxious, but January has been so far blessing us with a bounty of fresh powder, and the mountain ranges across the state doing a lot better than we were last month. A Wyoming High Country Lodge right outside of Lovell, Bennett DeBleck, manager, said, we got 2.5 feet of fresh powder up here today, and it's looking even better than it was last year. Ryan Brandt of Rock Springs likes to ride with his friends and family in the Wyoming range and elsewhere. And yeah, he said it was a slow start in December, but the beginning of January, several feet now. Midwestern sledders love Wyoming. Powder hounds from Michigan and Minnesota and those states in the Midwest, they love coming out here. When you're talking about your Minnesotans, it's a all-day ride, but they can be here in a day, if you drive out here. I've made the drive, and the Bighorns are a day's drive from states like Minnesota and Wisconsin, so everybody trying to spread the word to the Midwest that it is snow machine season, and we finally got some snow to play in. Cowboy State Daily story from Mark Hines regarding snow machining in Jackson, popular activity for folks in the Midwest. Here's Mark talking more with our own Wendy Core about that.
Well, a dry December might have left Wyoming snowmobilers and lodge owners feeling a little anxious, but January has been bringing a bounty of fresh powder to mountain ranges across the state. Outdoors reporter Mark Hines spoke to several snowmobilers who say this year's conditions could be even better than last year.
It was kind of a slow start in December, but it's really starting to pile up. They're reporting 2.5 feet of fresh powder at the Wyoming High Country Lodge up above level. Things are looking good in the Wyoming range, snowy range, but also we get a lot of folks from the Midwest, and I did talk to one gentleman from the Midwest, and he said, yep, everybody out there is getting pretty stoked over Wyoming. So here we go. It's snowmobile season.
The Bighorn Mountains and Snowy Range Mountains are a huge draw for Midwesterners. They're the first big mountain ranges that snowmobilers headed from there will hit along the interstate highways.
24 past the hour. Let's take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll have Sally Ann Shermer join the show. We'll talk about, I imagine we'll get to a little bit of football. We got a big college football game coming up tonight. The championship. We had playoff football yesterday that Sally Ann and I will dissect. And we'll talk a little bit of UW sports as well. Sally Ann Shermer, she'll be on the show in about 5 minutes. Meanwhile, let's take a pause for the cause. You're enjoying the Cowboys State Daily Show with Jake. Back in a moment.
Julie was always a voracious reader. She'd carry 2 novels on an airplane because she'd read one on a 3-4 hour ride. And at some point, I began to notice that she would read a page and couldn't remember what she had just read, and she'd have to go back and read it again.
I don't remember much these days after I read, but less does for me, and I love it.
There's a lot of need in the world, and if you're like me, it can seem too big to make a difference. But that's why I decided to start volunteering with Mercy Ships. Dedicating a few weeks or months of my life every year in the service of others has brought me more than I could ever imagine. Plus, I'm getting to meet people from all around the world and make lifelong friends. Hey, Michelle. And with so much to do here, there's an opportunity for everyone to make a difference.
High five.
But the best reason to volunteer is knowing that no matter what you do, you're helping change people's lives every day. Whether it's for 2 weeks, 2 months, or 2 years, when you volunteer with Mercy Ships, you'll find your purpose, your people, and your place in this world. And all you gotta do is visit mercyships.org today. I hope to see you soon.
Hey, how about that football over the weekend? I don't like to talk too much about football and my team, which is the Bills, because I recognize a lot of people are not football fans or sports fans, so I don't want you to just sort of tune out when I start talking about football, and I don't want to get too braggy on my Bills either, because we're not done yet. We still got a lot to do. We got the Chiefs to beat, which means you have the referees to beat. I still can't believe the calls that team gets. Golly. But the Bills got past, I think, their toughest hurdle, the Baltimore Ravens yesterday. We'll talk a little bit of sports with Sally Ann Shermer. Just, you've been warned. The story from Andrew Rossi in the Cowboys State Daily is interesting. It's about an old dinosaur. Is there a young dinosaur? It's about an old dinosaur, go figure, named Dippy, that is been on display across the pond there. The National History Museum of London, NHM, opened its transformed gardens last year, redesigned to reflect 2.7 billion years of Earth history in a quintessentially British way. And it doesn't get any more Brit than a gigantic bronze monument of a famous Wyoming dinosaur. Here's what it looks like. I share this 88-foot dinosaur with you from the story from Andrew Rossi. Yeah, that's Dippy, right? Yeah, the 88-foot bronze replica of a Diplodocus. I'm probably not saying that right, but I don't know dinosaurs like Andrew does. Nicknamed Dippy. And the reason we're highlighting this dinosaur and the bronze of it is because it's got Wyoming ties. It was found, the original Dippy was found in 1899 in Wyoming and made its way to the museum over there in Great Britain. So, yeah, I hope, and now, Dippy has now been immortalized in bronze. So that's pretty cool. Great story from Andrew Russ. You got to check that out in the Cowboys State Daily. Sally Ann Shermer joins the conversation. Oh, what a weekend of football, Sally Ann.
What a weekend. What a weekend. I'm still recovering from Josh. I mean, it was magnificently marvelous, and I could not be more thrilled for the Bills and all their fans. And now they got to go to Kansas City and try to do it again. And at least they have the opportunity. That's what we like to say. You just need a chance. So I like their chances very much this year. And what a weekend. How about those Lions, huh? What the heck?
Oh, my.
That was a stunner. I I don't honestly think anyone saw that coming. It was a stunner. And those Commanders, they just give proof to this thing any given day. I mean, that's just not a slogan. That's the real deal, and that Jaden Daniels, a rookie, really? What the heck? That was just amazing. So it was a wonderful weekend. I don't think I missed a minute. I didn't intend to miss a minute. And now our college season comes to an end tonight, sadly. It's, been 5 full months, and I've loved all of that as well. And so now we get one more final stab at the college tonight. So that should be great. And again, one team is not being given much of a chance nationally, so we'll see how that plays out.
I forgot who you said you're going for. Ohio State, Notre Dame?
Oh, go Irish, baby. Go
yeah,
Irish.
I thought so.
I've always loved Notre Dame, and I've always strongly disliked, detested that word that starts with H, Ohio State, for as long as it's my birthright because I was born in Detroit, of course. But
right,
anyway,
you're Michigan, I forgot. So, yeah.
Yeah. So that'll be fantastic. I've got Fox News on already and watching all the beautifully dressed people make their way to the Capitol for the indoor inauguration. And so that it's a big day in Wyoming, boy. And, we saw the boss's pictures of his frolicking time there in Washington, D.C. Lucky guy. Lucky Jimmy Orr gets to be right there in the middle of the whole thing. So that's fantastic. Actually, I've seen photos from a lot of Wyoming folks who are in Washington, D.C. So I think that is testament to how much we are happy about what's happening today. I'll just put it that way.
I know anyone who grew up in Michigan views OSU as, oh, shut up. No Buckeyes ever. So going back, going back to that Washington Detroit game and that rookie quarterback for the Commanders, Jaden Day. Every time they showed a close up of him under the helmet, he just looked so calm. He looked like, this is just a regular game. Like, that kid is not starstruck at all. He was just so cool and confident, man.
I don't know if it's because he played at LSU or I don't know what, but he is the real deal. And you're exactly right. There were no nerves exhibited there, and if you were ever going to have nerves, indoors in Detroit would be the place to have them. And it was remarkable, And Dan Quinn is a great coach, and I think that nationally a lot of people are like out here. I don't think a lot of people really have been able to see what a great coach Dan Quinn is. But, he was a defensive genius for the Cowboys for years and years and years, the Dallas Cowboys. And he's just fit in, and he's brought a calmness to that organization, which if it ever needed anything, it's calm. And, they've got new ownership now, and the fans really like the new ownership. And things are just on the up and up. And if I were the Eagles, I would be nervous because they're in the same division. They know each other really well. They've already played each other twice. And, I was rooting for the Rams all the way yesterday, and I was really, really, really hoping they would squeak it out there at the end. But if I were the Eagles, I would not be that happy about seeing the Commanders the third time. So we'll see. It's going to be very exciting. 2 games next Sunday, and then we're down to the Super Bowl. So it goes so quickly. For those of us who really love football, it just goes really, really quickly. And then we've got a long time to wait till August.
Yeah. I don't think the Commanders are a complete enough team, but, every Sunday I've been discounting them like everybody else, and every Sunday they keep showing us something different. And it shows you what a quarterback change can turn an organization around in 1 year. I mean, this place, Washington, was a mess. They didn't know what they wanted to be named. The Commanders, the ownership was junk. Nobody was coming to the games. They were circling the drain, and look at them now.
Exactly.
Wow.
Exactly.
And then, speaking of quarterbacks, we were promised a showdown between MVP quarterbacks in the Buffalo game with the Ravens, but I don't think it was the quarterbacks that did it. It was everything else. It was a lot of defense and running. And mistakes by Baltimore. Wow.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Those mistakes were unexpected and uncharacteristic. And, okay, they kept saying, and I mean, I know Nance has a job to do, but they kept saying, we haven't seen anything spectacular from Josh Allen. Well, that's the whole point. Sometimes a quarterback just needs to be the manager and not make mistakes. And it's okay if he doesn't launch the 65-yarders across his body. I mean, it's okay. He ran in 3 times, and a couple of those runs, if he were not enormous like he is, he would have had a heck of a time getting across that goal line. But, he's just our guy. And he's, I'm really, really interested to see what this week holds in the media, because it seems like last week sort of was a turning point as far as the national media really digging deep and doing some research pieces and, talking to his friends since there were 4 in California and talking to Craig Bowl about him and talking to his former Wyoming teammates who get zero publicity, and they're recounting all these great anecdotal stories from college. And so, and I, even War Memorial Stadium got a little love last night from Jim Nance. So I thought that was awesome. I thought that was fantastic. So, and then of course, Bill Cowher, our beloved Bill Cowher, in the pregame show, just seconds before the game kicked off, he was the only one to pick the Bills. And he said, it's cold and snowy in Wyoming. And I thought that was just the greatest line ever, So that'll get a little mileage as well. So it'll be a great week of leading up to it, and it'll just be great. I can hardly wait.
Yeah, I think media is just getting clued in to Josh Allen. So is the rest of the country falling in love with the guy, because now it's going to be Josh Allen versus a guy who seems like every time they take a commercial break, it's Mahomes selling you something. He's like the superstar of the NFL, and then you got a guy who's running a little under the radar until now, Josh Allen. That's going to be a fun game next weekend. And Notre Dame, are we going to give Notre Dame any kind of a chance?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, there's always a chance. I mean, Ohio State is on another level. They're on another plane. They've been singularly focused since the Michigan debacle, and they're awfully talented. Let me just say that I think the talent level, it's just like people say about people that Wyoming plays, the talent level, I think, is on a different sphere. And I think that, I absolutely love Notre Dame's coach. I love everything about that university. I love them. But it's going to be a tall task. Let me just say that. It's going to be a really, really tall task.
But I like the future of the Fighting Irish. It seems like they ebb and flow. There's times where they are, the history and the prestige of Notre Dame is front forward, and there's times where we sort of forget about them and it's all about Alabama and the SEC. But I think they're back. They're back in the conversation. They're back in the national picture. I hope they have enough tonight. Daddy's back in Washington, D.C. We're going to do the inauguration indoors. Can you recall a time where we went indoors, Sally Ann?
Well, I'm cheating because they just talked about it on Fox News. 1985. Ronald Reagan. So it's been 40 years. So this is pretty precedent, it's pretty precedent setting. I know they're smashing them into the Capitol, not even any plus ones. All the congressmen just walked in without their others. If I was an other, I would be miffed.
Yeah.
That's the way it goes, I guess.
Yeah.
You pick out you worry about what you're going to wear for 6 months, and you pick out a warm coat that looks snazzy, and then you not only do you not get to wear your warm coat, you're told you don't get to go because it's too crowded. But the luminaries are there, the dignitaries are there, and it's going to be the ceremony is going to be exactly the same. It's just a matter of it being, indoors instead of outdoors. But sounds like he's getting right to work with the executive orders, and, he's not going to mess around much this afternoon. I am sad that the parade was canceled because, the parade is always fun. I always enjoy the fact that they try to get a representation from every state, and so that's kind of sad that the parade was canceled. But the wind is whipping. I mean, I know we're from Wyoming, and I know we're used to wind, but it's bitey cold, and it's a really strong wind. So I can understand them. And also, let's just say that I think from a safety standpoint, it makes a lot more sense. It's a lot smarter. And ever since Butler, Pennsylvania this summer, I've been one of those that's just absolutely, panicked over safety. So I think it's probably a good call. And I know a lot of people are sad, but it's not disturbing the crowds in the streets much. I mean, they're just out there having a party, and the vendors are selling stuff. And I mean, it's a real party there in old Washington, D.C., which is on my bucket list, by the way. I've never been there. And I would just love to go. I mean, I just think it's a remarkable place, and it's important, and I think I would just love to go sometime. But, it's not exactly next door, so we'll see.
Yeah, it's a shame.
Have you been there?
Yes.
Have you been there before?
Yeah, I've been there. I don't care for it. You don't get this sense of any kind of city or community. It's all just bureaucracy. Anyone who works in Washington, D.C., lives in Virginia. So there's no sense of city. And if you get more than 2 blocks off of the government thing, crime is bad. I'm just not a fan of Washington. Yeah. But it's a shame to see you go indoors. I know the Secret Service is probably happier because they've had their challenges with keeping President-elect Trump safe. But one of Trump's numerous dozens of executive orders rumored to be the retiring of the number 17 for the University of Wyoming Cowboys. So we're going to hang that in the rafters, man.
You devil, you're going to get in big trouble for releasing that before the Trumpsters have a chance to release it.
Spoiler alert.
We'll see.
We'll
see.
Wyoming.
No comment, as they say. No comment.
Right.
But once in my life, I get to say no comment. No comment. So it'll be interesting. But how about? Did you see those pictures circulating of him last week when he was 18?
Yeah.
At Wyoming.
Yeah.
But here's the thing: is that accurate? Was he? I mean, he went to junior college. Was he really 18 when he came?
He had to be older. No.
I don't see how he could have been unless he went to Reedley when he was 17. But I don't know. I can look it up. I mean, it wouldn't be that hard to look up. But everybody was recirculating that picture of his little adorable face. But he, they said 18-year-old Josh Allen, and he was clearly in a Wyoming jersey. And I was like, I don't think he was 18. But who knows? Maybe his mom will call into the show and let us know. So if LaVon's listening, maybe she can set us straight. But anyway. So
he came to Laramie as a transfer. He had to be older than 18. But
that's what I'm thinking. Yeah. But, that's the national media for you. What do they know?
But that's a fresh-faced Josh, and I think Haley likes him long-haired. He's really grown his hair out lately.
He's really growing it out. He said he's not going to cut it till he wins the Super Bowl.
Right.
So,
good.
Yeah, so let's schedule that haircut for 3 weeks from now and see what happens. But I just, the Kansas City Chiefs are quickly becoming my least favorite team in the world. I mean, they used to just be neutral to me, but now I'm just like, oh my God, the Chiefs. And, I really did not think the Texans had a shot. And but I'm just tired of the Chiefs. I mean, I'm just tired of them. And it's, now it's up to Josh once again to leave them at home. So I hope they can stay home for once.
Yeah.
That's not the franchise that I want to three-peat. I mean, it's just not.
Yeah.
So we'll see about that.
UW Wrestling beat Oregon State 1917. The Cowgirls lost a heartbreaker in overtime
man.
in basketball to UNLV. Meanwhile, the boys basketball team travels to the Thomas and Mack tomorrow for the showdown with UNLV.
Whoa, that's just getting grimmer and grimmer and grimmer every night. I mean, it's just, oh, poor. I feel so bad for Sonny. I mean, I know he knew what he was getting into. He had to completely rebuild the roster. I know that. He knew what the Mountain West was like, but man, it's just tough. It's just, you got all these plans in May and June, and then, January comes and it just, life hits you in the face, so it's tough. It's a tough one.
All right, Sally Ann, we'll see you Friday. Enjoy the week. Enjoy today and tonight.
Thanks. Bye.
All right. Bye-bye. Sally Ann Shermer joining us on the show every Monday or Friday, 8:30. We talk mostly sports and a lot of UW stuff. Let's check out. We're going to get to this day in history right after a little bit of rodeo. What do you say?
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen. Stetson Wright is back. He rode a bull over the weekend in Denver, Colorado for 89 points. He sat out all last year. And I thought about Stetson in a recent conversation we had. He talks about his Hall of Fame dad and his mother and his brothers a little bit. We will have the great 8-time world champion Stetson Wright on the Roadshow next.
Join Little Goose Ranch on January 25th at Buffalo Livestock Marketing, Buffalo, Wyoming for their 8th annual production sale, offering 65 bulls and 15 replacement heifers. Little Goose Ranch focuses on docile cattle with excellent maternal merit and vigorous calf performance. This year's set of bulls have been selected to yield easy-keeping replacement heifers and high-gaining feeder steers through genetics from Ellington Stateman, Coleman Gaucho, and SAV certified. Sale time is 1 o'clock. View and bid live on Northern Livestock Video. For a sale catalog, visit littlegooseranch.com.
On a cattle ranch, calves aren't only raised by their mother. They're raised by a community of farmers, ranchers, and veterinarians, committed to giving them the healthiest, most comfortable life possible. Because for cattle farmers, ranchers, and the moms of those baby calves, animal welfare is the top priority. Together, we bring more beef. It's what's for dinner. Funded by beef farmers and ranchers.
That's one thing my mom and dad's always told us, like, everybody can be up and giddy when they're on top, but it's when you're down, like, that's when it really shows if you're a champion. Like, if you can stay positive and ride the bad out, then you're a real winner, but until then you're about to be tested.
Yeah, that's right. We were talking off the air. I am a huge fan of your dad, and he was inducted into Pro Rodeo Hall of Fame this past summer, and your mom is the biggest fan of you boys and your sister Lily too. Just talk about your folks for a minute.
Yeah, I mean, they're awesome. My like you said, my dad getting inducted, that was a really big thing for us, and it seemed like he couldn't have went to a better guy, but I mean, I might be biased, and then my mom, I wish there was a Hall of Fame deal for her too, because she was right there with him, and then now with all of us.
8-time world champion Stetson Wright back in 25, and that's good news. On the Rodeo Roadshow, I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
Back in studio, 48 into the hour, 12 in front. That's the Rodeo Roadshow, Western Ag Network. I got this day in history all queued up. Right after this quick break, you're enjoying the Cowboy State Daily.
studio. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake continues.
Oh, to have been alive in Cheyenne in 1868. It all went down in 1860. That was the year so many things happened in Wyoming and in Cheyenne. It was this day, January 20th, 1868, that Vigilance Committee hangings took place, not one, but two. Charles Martin and Charles Morgan were both hung by vigilantes in Cheyenne on this day in 1868. The two were hung for unrelated reasons. Each had committed a crime that got them strung up. And remember, this is a time when Cheyenne is barely 9 months old as a city. It was in the early days of Cheyenne and Wyoming, 1868. The first guy, Charles Martin, I did a little backstory on him. It was February 18. Yeah, so, all right, I can already see my backstory does not fit this day in history. So, evening of February 13th, 1868. This is when the crime happened. So apparently this, if you're to believe my dates, Charles Martin was hung before he actually committed this murder in a saloon. But, all right, let's assume the months are off, but it was 1868. And Charles Martin is enjoying a beer or two or three in the Thomas and Bavay Hall on 16th Street there in Cheyenne. And he has a little dust up with a guy named James. James says, "You are a dirty little bastard. I ought to kill you. You're no friend of mine, and it'd be justice if I just shoot you now." And he pointed a derringer at Charles Martin, who stuck his hand in his pocket and said, shoot. What do I care? And it finally came to a head, and James did take a shot with his derringer at Martin. He missed. Oh, and that was a bad miss because Martin had a 5-shooter in his pocket. Bang, bang, bang. He emptied the gun into James. The coroner would later say it looked like he just ripped him right up the middle from the belly button to the chin, a straight line of bullet holes. That was the end of James. The trial began and concluded in just 2 days, but the vigilante mob wasn't going to wait for a sentence. They broke into the jail, as so often happens, and hung Charles Martin. Charles Morgan, meanwhile, was hung this same day in 1868. His crime was horse thievery. You know, back then in Wyoming, you couldn't steal horses. Apparently, it was like a dozen mules that had gone missing, according to the story in T.A. Larson's book, History of Wyoming. Charles Morgan was questioned about some missing mules. He didn't have an answer the first time around. Second time, the fourth time they asked him, and I think they were applying a little bit of pressure. Suddenly, Charles Morgan remembered where the mules could be found, and they were. And yeah, while he was in jail for the night, the next morning the sheriff went to check on him, and Charles Morgan was found dangling at the end of a rope. This day in history, 1868. Goodbye to Charles and Charles. Martin and Morgan hung on this day. This day, 1891, John B. Kendrick married Eula Wolfgen. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. This day in 1913, a riot breaks out at the Wyoming legislature. Let's hope we don't have a repeat here some 112 years later, if I'm doing the math right, January 20th, 1913, a riot breaks out in the Wyoming legislature. This day in 1917, the legislature passed an act that would allow for a constitutional amendment that would allow people to vote on prohibition. 1917. I know, thinking back in history, a lot of people believe Wyoming didn't really play a huge role in the context of prohibition, but the state was actually a big player in the sweep that led the nation to ban the sale of alcohol. Wyoming would push prohibition over the top with Senator Francis E. Warren's vote in favor of the Volstead Act. But it was this day in 1917 that the Wyoming legislature allowed Wyoming citizens to simply vote on it, whether they were for or against prohibition. January 20th, 1920, Bert Cole, the trick pilot, he was sort of a stunt pilot, took to the air not long after he crashed his plane that killed Maud Toomey. That was back on January 14th. We had that as part of our This Day in History. Maud Toomey, who is quite a woman, a teacher, and there's a memorial for her death. She was involved in the crash. She died. Bert Cole, the pilot, lived, and in fact, 6 days later was already back in the air piloting for a stunt. Bert Cole, This Day in History, 1920, went back in the air just 6 days after a crash that killed his passenger, Maud Toomey. On this day, 1944, Marjorie Woodworth and Paul Kelly both appeared at the University of Wyoming to open the Fourth War Loan Drive. You may not recognize the names. Marjorie Woodworth was, a blonde tart back in the day. Did some brief work in Hollywood. Marjorie Woodworth, one of many. Peroxide blondes, perky, blonde, cute. Paul Kelly was a pretty well-known actor in his day. And in 1944, this would be towards the tail end of Kelly's motion picture career. He appeared in quite a few movies and did Broadway as well. This day, 1961, South Pass, Independence Rock, and the Horner site were designated as National Historic Landmarks, January 20th, 1961. What are we up to now? Let me see. If I've got guests next hour, it's going to be Dale Killingbeck, right? Yes, Dale will be with us next hour. And we still have a bunch of stories we got to get to yet, including this one that I'm super interested in, Andrew Rossi's story about the 3,600 foot tall volcano that's expected to have a major eruption sometime before the year is out. Yet nobody seems terribly worried. That's because I guess this massive volcano is underwater. It's one of the most studied, probably the best monitored submarine volcano in the world. According to Mike Poland, who's the scientist in charge of Yellowstone Volcano Observatory, he spoke with Cowboy State's Andrew Rossi regarding this story. The latest monitors would suggest that this giant volcano, which is more than a mile wide and is about 300 miles off the coast of Oregon, is set to blow. They've noticed this volcano doing similar things in the past where it kind of starts percolating and the magma underneath is ready to go. And yeah, they think it'll be sometime before the year is out. A massive amount of magma is building under the surface, and volcanologists expect the volcano to erupt before the end of 2025. The volcano is called the Axial Seamount, and it is swelling and rumbling at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean. A story from Andrew Rossi in the Cowboy State Daily. We got to get to top of the hour news. That's coming up right now. Thank you for making us a part of your Monday morning routine. Happy Martin Luther King Day. Happy Inauguration Day. And we'll be right back with the final hour of the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Monday, January 20th. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. Well, anyone who lives with wind knows the truth in the saying, it's not the cold, it's the wind chill. When Wyomingites get out and about today, they'll experience both. The National Weather Service anticipates dangerous wind chills as low as minus 50 as the coldest air of the sub-zero surge smothers the Great Plains and Rocky Mountains. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that in Wyoming, forecasts call for wind chills ranging from minus 15 to minus 45.
When you've got this massive cold, dry air that's sticking around, even a slight breeze can send the temperature, how it feels, plummeting. And some of the lows that we're looking at across Wyoming on Monday, which is going to be the coldest that it gets, it doesn't take long for exposed skin to be subject to frostbite when temperatures get that low. Like we're at minus 45, we're talking 10 minutes, if that, before you're putting yourself at risk if you stay out without the proper coverings. And even with the proper coverings, you want to limit your exposure to that kind of cold as much as possible.
Anyone brave enough to confront the cold will want to bundle up, but even several layers of winter clothing won't completely eliminate the dangers these severe wind chills present. Wyoming wallets have been on fire when it comes to homeowners' insurance rates, with customers reporting their rates doubling and tripling in the Cowboy State, even for longtime customers. Devastating wildfires this past season that burned more than 850,000 acres in Wyoming didn't help either. And Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that what's happening now in California could have even broader impacts on the nation's economy as a whole.
People have seen double and triple premiums. We know in Wyoming we've already seen some issues. This California situation, insurance regulations are written to try to ensure that a company's rates reflect the cost of doing business in a particular state. There's a recent Harvard study that looks at this. When there's a huge natural catastrophe elsewhere, inevitably rates across the nation start going up.
The Wyoming Department of Insurance Commissioner told Cowboy State Daily that he thinks the ripple effects from the recent California fires herald price increases ahead. The Joint Appropriations Committee of the Wyoming Legislature made about 20 changes to Governor Mark Gordon's biennial budget Friday, reversing many of the governor's 2024 budget line item vetoes. Cowboy State Daily's Leo Wolfson reports that the changes send a strong message to the executive branch to cap off the first week of the 2025 legislative session.
They are making changes to the biennial budget that the governor had a final say on last spring. They already adjourned for the session, so they weren't able to try to override his vetoes. The interesting twist in all this is that the governor could once again override their overrides because this is going into the supplemental budget, which is really just adjustments to that biennial budget.
The changes made Friday will not result in any more or less money spent by the state, but will dictate how money is spent. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Looking to earn money for college while making a difference in your community? Join AmeriCorps Vista with Serve Wyoming. Vista members tackle affordable housing, food insecurity, and poverty across the state, all while promoting volunteerism. Enjoy a living stipend, health insurance, childcare, and college scholarships. No experience? No problem. Serve Wyoming is placing Vistas with Lions Disability Transportation in Cheyenne, the Nicolason Art Museum in Casper, and Rooted in Wyoming in Sheridan. Reach out to Serve Wyoming at servewyoming.org.
The search for a missing Lander man has intensified after his vehicle was discovered abandoned along a Utah interstate. The discovery also leaves authorities and family with more questions about what might have happened to 60-year-old Brent Lehman, who's been missing for more than a month. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports that they're turning to the public for help.
His car was found on December 13th, and this is before the family even knew he was missing. And the Utah police, because it was unattended, they had it towed and impounded. So they had no idea that this person was missing, but the windows were all down, which nobody I've talked to understands why in the winter, under what conditions a car would be found with all the windows down. And also the fact that his wallet and cell phone were still in the car. The only thing that was missing were his keys and him, of course.
Lehman's daughter said there was no indication that her father had been suffering a mental health break or any other medical issues. Family members are asking for the public's help in sharing any information about Lehman's disappearance or any potential sightings of him. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Corr for Cowboy State Daily.
Yeah, thank you, Wendy, for news. We got Dale Killingback joining the show here in a moment, but time probably, I think, to sneak in this story about the transgender sports bill ban extending to college. Leo Wolfson had the story over the weekend. Leo, of course, our political reporter for the Cowboy State Daily, is in Cheyenne covering the 68th legislature, now in its second week. Recently, the committee, the Wyoming Senate Education Committee, it was back on Friday, advanced a bill 4-1 vote that would expand the transgender sports ban in Wyoming to the collegiate level. Currently, the ban, which prevents men from competing in women's sports, pertains to only high school. I think it doesn't even go down to K. I think the ban does not pertain to kindergarten. I think it's only like high school level and maybe middle school. Senate File 44, though, would extend the ban up into collegiate play, which, of course, just this past season, you had the volleyball season. The news was practically dominated by transgender issue and UW. So Macy Boggs, who is a volleyball player, UW senior, member of the school volleyball team, she spoke in front of the committee Friday. She said, "I implore you to stop this injustice and preserve the future of female athletics. Please vote yes today." The committee took that to heart. 4-1 vote to move that Senate file forward. Of course, it was the San Jose State University transgender player Blair Fleming that got this whole issue going, and legislation around the potential extending the ban into the college years. We'll see how that goes. Leo Wilson will be following that story. Into the Zoom room, Dale Killingback. Dale, you never look better. What's happening?
Morning, Jake. How are you? I'm just trying to stay warm, probably like everybody else.
Where are you? I forget. You're Casper based, huh?
Casper, yes, sir.
You had especially cold overnight, and you're not going to be very high today. Maybe 0, maybe. Oh,
yeah, that's what they're saying. So,
golly,
just staying bundled. That's for sure.
I know. And you're not. Are you acclimated fully yet? As far as your Wyomingness?
I don't know. It just depends on how far the temperature drops.
Right.
I'm from Michigan, so yeah, I'm used to cold weather, but not super cold weather.
Yeah, not
the Great Lakes kind of temperate things, you know.
Yeah, Michigan gets cold, but yeah, this is stupid cold when you look at the numbers. When you got double digits below 0, you just nope. Stay indoors today. Can you imagine being out in the elements? Not that it was this cold, but it's May. We're talking about in Wyoming, May 30th, and your story about this child that was lost for 2 days, 2 nights, wandering around a sheep camp north of Thermopolis. Oh, my goodness. How did she even survive? She shouldn't have.
Yeah, I talked to a search and rescue deputy up there, and he said that the area where she was likely lost is rugged territory, and that, in Wyoming in May, temperatures get cold. This would have been probably mid-May. The story was May 30th, but it probably was like a week, maybe a week and a half before that when the incident happened. So yeah, it could be snow, it could be, definitely cool temperatures at night in those mountains, around those mountains.
Thermopolis record headlines read May 30th, 1908. Child lost for 2 days, wanders on the foothills. Cheyenne Daily Leader had the story in early June, adding its own spin. God takes care of lost little girl. 4-year-old wanders for 2 days, 2 nights. It's fascinating to learn what we learn about the story, Dale. Like, how did she get lost? This is like the sheep camp cook's daughter, and she maybe made a habit of following the sheep herders when they went out on their rounds, and she followed one, and he didn't notice for a while, and then he said, "Get back to camp," and she got lost going back to camp.
Yeah, a little 4-year-old, wandering after somebody, and then, she turns around, probably meekly turns around and tries to head back to camp, and then loses her way. And according to the story, she eventually has to cross a creek and takes off her shoes and loses at least one shoe and socks, and ends up spending 2 nights, one under a tree and another under brush. And according to the story, she pulled up her feet under her dress and put rocks on her dress. So kind of a smart little girl, to think about doing that.
Yeah, super smart. 4-year-old overnight and barefoot. And she covers her dress, or covers her legs and her feet, and then holds the dress down with rocks. Genius, because the wind will blow up under there. Pretty smart. On day 2, she was starting to feel a little hunger, ate grass. She saw a passing cowboy and shouted to him. And even later, I think the cowboy said, I thought I heard a child's voice, but that's crazy. And he never did see her. And when she was finally rescued, it was how many miles from, I think she was at least 5 or 6 miles away, and she pointed to some buttes, and she goes, "I was out there." And they were 15 miles away. Like, she was out there.
Yeah, that's what the story said. 6 miles from camp when they found her. And she was actually, according to the story, she was found by the mom. And the Cheyenne paper really, I think, kind of added a lot more to the story. Like, the mom had been in a trance, and then she goes a beeline to her. I kind of doubt that's what happened, but I'm sure the mom was out there looking for her all the time. And what a great reunion that was.
Yeah, I mean, that story doesn't need any help to be sensational. That's a fantastic ending for the 4-year-old. So I talked to Greg Johnson about this story this morning. We both agreed it fascinated us, and I wanted to learn more, because my takeaway after reading this is that fantastic. Glad it had a positive ending. This 4-year-old has inspired me already, and I'm thinking, what did she go on to become? I don't know she's even named in the story. The cook is. Who is this young lady? She must have went on to great things.
Yeah, I did my best to try and find out more about the mom and about her, and I just could not find anything. I tried to look up John Brown, the man that the woman looked for, to try and get an angle that way, but it's just kind of disappeared, at least from my abilities to find something.
I bet she went on to something great. A 4-year-old survives 2 days out in the Wyoming wild. Yeah, she's ready for anything at that point. Great story. How'd you come across it, by the way, Dale?
I was actually doing research for another story and just saw the headline and said, okay, bingo, there's a story. And then dug into it.
As so often happens, I think Jackie says that also. You're following one story, and then 2 or 3 more fall along the wayside, and you scoop them up, say, there's a story. Look at this story. Sometimes the story is very close to home, as it is in this case, Dale Killingback's story from January 18th. highlighting emergency foster care parents. I didn't even know there was such a thing, really, but when you think about it, there's kids that need to be placed with somebody temporarily in a real jam, like quickly. And there are certain folks in Wyoming that do that, including somebody we kind of know.
Yeah, absolutely. Abby, who works with us, does that, has been doing that for the past 4 years, and does a terrific job, I think, in being there for kids. And her story, and the story I heard from the Department of Family Services, is there's a great need, and you really have to have a big heart. And Abby was just saying that, people get kind of intimidated and about, thinking about that, but she said she has a great support family and community around her that helps her do that. But yeah, that's a big commitment and big need as well.
39-year-old Abby, now we've outed her as far as her age. Oops. She's, now that I think about it, I did not know this about her, but now I'm learning it, and it all seems to fit from what I know of Abby. We have her on this show every Thursday, and we play Ask Abby, and we have a whole bunch of fun, but I could see this. She's a single woman, and I could see her being really good with kids and being, having the patience that you need and just loving on them for however long they're there. We're talking about kids that are placed with Abby and people like her for just, maybe 2 days, 3 days. And then, maybe they can get back into their home. They're short-term parents, and they have to be certified, right, to do this?
Yeah, Abby went through, and all of them that are certified have to go through program certification, and it can take up to a few weeks, maybe more than a few weeks to get all the training in and get the background checks and all that kind of stuff to happen. But they definitely have to go through training to get certified.
Yeah, and I should have put the pieces together because Abby was going to be on the show one time, and she had to cancel at the last minute. She said, I got to bring this little 3-year-old to get her hair examined or something. They were doing some kind of test on her hair. I'm like, wait a minute, what 3-year-old is into your life, and what do you do about it? I didn't ask. I should have asked. See, if I asked, I would have had a story out of it. I would have learned the story. That's incredible. It's fantastic. I'm going to talk to Abby about it on Thursday, but you must have known about it just internally in the Cowboy State Daily. Did you somehow bump into that part of Abby's life and say, hey, you want to talk about this?
Well, Abby had a little girl that was part of our meeting, on our Zoom meeting. And so that led to a conversation, and we decided, hey, we need to do a story on short-term foster parents, and we used Abby. That was kind of useful for us, I guess, and we asked her if she'd be willing to do it. But we used Abby as kind of a point into the story, to tell people about the need and about what goes on in Wyoming with those foster parents.
Yeah, she's been serving as a foster parent for almost 4 years now. Here she is with said kid, or maybe this is another one, I don't know. But yeah, she's got a special place in her house where she has it all set up for the kids. A lot of times it's not someone that young. A lot of times it's teenager type kids that are coming with some baggage. So it can't be an easy thing to do. You really got to be prepared for it to be one of these foster parents.
Yeah, I was told by the social services folks that teens and babies are number one, they're the ones that come into this system the most, and number two, they're the hardest ones to place because obviously with the teens you've got certain issues, and with the babies, you have a lot of attention needed, so a lot of time and attention. So those are the foster parents that they look for and hope for the most in that system.
That's a great story, Dale, and it was right under your nose the whole time. You had meetings right alongside Abby, and bam, there it was. It's not a question for you, but I'm sure going to ask Abby on Thursday that how do you be a temporary caregiver? I think about the only thing I can equate it with. I've not had kids, but animals, like being a foster a dog for a little while. A cat, doesn't take long to get attached, and then the kid goes back to its birth parents, and you just I don't know, if you just hope that everything's going to work out, I guess.
Yeah, and Abby told me that some of the children she's able to find out what happens to them, but some of them she does not know. They're with her, and then she doesn't know what the outcomes are.
Huh. Well, it's pretty neat. That whole thing that I didn't know existed, but obviously you figure it has to exist, that kind of a program. And I certainly didn't know that Abby was involved in it. That's great to know, great to learn. And that's why we have inquisitive journalists with the Cowboy State Daily who ask more questions than I do. Like when I find out Abby says, I got a 3-year-old, I need to get to the doctor. I should be have more of a sense of wonder, Dale.
You do, Jake. You do.
I like to think I do. What are you working on for the week?
Well, one of the things, I got this fascinating email from my story last week about the airmail pilots.
Oh, yeah.
So I get an email from this lady in Wyoming that sends me a picture of a propeller that somebody found elk hunting, and it's this huge propeller. And one of the stories was the airline pilot that lost his propeller. So I'm going to be getting with her to see if I can. I'm sure there's a story there, so I'm going to be following up on that this week. That's one of the things.
You think it is the propeller? If you missed this,
well, I don't know if it is the propeller, but lost propellers. To me, there's a story there, right?
Right. I mean, that is not supposed to happen. As Dale pointed out in that story, he's talking about these heroic mail carriers that were flying like really low flights. And I mean, these guys were the original bush pilot. They were crazy. 20s and 30s, back when you couldn't, in my opinion, even trust an airplane. There was one guy who made an emergency landing because something was wrong. He pointed the plane into the wind so he could float and make the landing. And he got down there and he went to check what the heck's wrong with this thing. There's no propeller on the plane. Well, yeah, that might be an issue. And finding a propeller out there in your field, and you just wonder, who's the poor soul that lost this? I hope he got down okay.
Yeah, sure.
Cool. That'll be a good follow-up story, Dale.
Yeah, I've got a story I feature on an interesting Wyoming character he loves the Moonshiner show, and so he's going to make his own moonshine.
Well, I've got my weekend booked with absinthe. I'm going to have a absinthe weekend in honor of Renee, a story about that long banned, illegal, mysterious. But yeah, after that, I'll be ready for some moonshine.
Okay.
Thanks, Dale.
All right. Take care, Jake.
All right. Dale Killing back with a couple of cool stories you got to read. More about Abby than we ever knew. And more about people like Abby, these DFS child welfare foster families that take in kids. 70% of the children placed in emergency foster care are eventually returned to their homes. 20% eventually age out of the process. But our own Abby Royce, who works for Cowboy State Daily, and we talk to her every Thursday, is one of the state's certified foster parents. It's something she does, whether it's for a day or two, a weekend, a week. She's been doing that for now 4 years. It's pretty cool. She said, I was always around little kids, oftentimes kids that were in foster care. And she became aware of the opportunity with the Wyoming Department of Family Services that offered foster parent training. She signed up, and after 15 short-term child placements, 4 years later, she's glad she did. It's a pretty beautiful thing, she says. Definitely a wild ride. Can you imagine being, from just being there for a kid in need? Often it's maybe the parents are in some kind of either financial trouble or something to do with law, and they just have to give up their kids for a temporary time. Maybe there's no grandparents, there's no relatives, and they're placed with people like Abby in Wyoming who fill in the gap there, step in the gap for short term. It's a pretty neat story. Dale Killing back with those stories, and he's cooking up another one about what happens when you find a propeller on your ranch, and you wonder, where did this come from, and where could that pilot be? Joe Kenny, longtime radio fixture. We're going to talk about him next. I want to get that story from Jackie Dorothy. She joins us tomorrow. And Jackie also has that story about Wyoming towns and when they used to have their own money. This story is fascinating just for the photograph. I had no idea that you could have a $20 bill from, let's say, the Lander Bank, like local printed money. What? If you still have one of those bills today, it's worth big money, bigger money than the face value. These are collector's items, and I can see why. I had no clue that such a thing even existed. Pretty neat. Let's get Don Day's weather forecast into you again. It is cold. I'm going to warn you, it calls for a lot of cold. Here's Don Day with the weather.
Welcome to Friday. It's January 17th, 2025. Well, almost the entire state of Wyoming is under some type of advisory for severe cold, bitter cold wind chills, and conditions that will be in the severe cold category through today, through tonight, and into early Tuesday. Many parts of Wyoming today may not even get above zero. If we get above zero in some areas, it won't be by much. And most of the state and region will see sub-zero temperatures again tonight. Now, during the day Tuesday, while Tuesday does start off with severe cold in many areas, a bit of a Chinook wind will develop along and east of the Continental Divide. Now, that's good news. That will bring in some warmer temperatures. This will help the Arctic air retreat. The bad news is we're going to see strong winds developing Tuesday, and that's going to cause some areas of blowing and drifting snow. So we've got to get through the severe cold today, tonight, and early tomorrow. Then wind on Tuesday, temperatures a bit more moderate for the middle of the week.
And there was not a town, a city, or anywhere in Wyoming you could find temperatures above zero. Everybody had the negative, had the minus sign in front of their current temps, and it's kind of looking like that still. Let me double check that. I mean, you're looking at highs today in some places zero. Some towns for this day, some towns and cities will not even get out of the negatives. They would be below zero for your high, which is, that's for real cold. And when the wind's blowing, especially in the eastern part of the state, you're looking at dangerous wind chill. Exposed flesh at 45 below is not going to last long. You got to make sure you're covered up. Still now, as I take a look at the map, and I'll share that with you, this is the current temps across the state, continue far below zero. You're still minus 12 in Jackson, double that cold in Afton, minus 24 currently in Afton, Wyoming. Worland, you're 3 degrees below zero. Powell, 6 on the wrong end of zero. Still, nobody, as I make a quick check, no one is above zero yet at 9:28 this morning. Man, oh man, that's cold. And we're just, even with sun, there's going to be plenty of sunshine. There's really not too many disturbances across the state. Even with sun, we're not going to see daily highs get much above zero for anybody. 17 below in Casey, 6 below in Buffalo. Gillette, you're 14 below zero. Newcastle, 11 below zero. 14 below zero in Lander. I'm going to need some warm-up time. We're going to come back with this story about homeowners insurance and why it's going to get even more impossible to insure your home, especially for fire, thanks to the California fires. Renee Jean has that story, and we'll load it up for you next when we come back. Quick break right here in the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. Back in a
All it takes is one visit, cowboystatedaily.com.
Well, he did it. Outgoing President Joe Biden has proactively, what's the correct term? He's pardoned anyone and everyone who took place in the January 6th committee that looked into the whole Capitol riot situation, including Liz Cheney. Liz Cheney now has a blank check. Much like Hunter Biden, she cannot be prosecuted for her role as the committee chair and anything she might have done. As expected, President Biden has pardoned anyone involved in the January 6th investigative committee. That happened. Maybe Joe Biden made up for it with what they're reporting. He said to President-elect Donald Trump, who has made it to Washington, D.C., Biden reportedly welcomed him, greeted him by saying, welcome home. I thought that was a cool gesture. If that's true, Trump's inauguration begins this morning after Biden greets him with welcome home. Yeah, that's going on now. President Trump has a whole mess of executive orders he wants to get to on day one. He's already been busy even before being sworn in today. His cabinet choices, and already he's been politicking, been working in politics ahead of being officially sworn in, which is happening today and indoors for the first time since Ronald Reagan era. Ron Reagan, I think in his second term, they had the inauguration indoors due to weather, cold weather, and it was deemed just too dangerously cold for people to be outside for very long in Washington, D.C. Renee Jean has this story about insurance rates already high. I mean, there's many in Wyoming that will say their insurance rates, homeowners insurance has gone up and up and up, sometimes doubling and tripling in the Cowboy State, even for longtime customers. And things are only going to get worse after these California wildfires. What does that have to do with your insurance in Wyoming? Well, a lot. Renee explores the reason why the devastating wildfires this past season, both in Wyoming, 850,000 acres lost, and those fires ongoing in Southern California are going to mean more pain when you go to open up your insurance rate card. $250 billion in losses estimated, as well as an overinflated stock market, are the reasons why the fires in Southern California are going to impact your homeowner's insurance. Reinsurance rates also play into it. You know, these companies that insure your home for fire, let's say, they themselves have to take out insurance over devastating losses like this. Can you imagine if the insurance companies weren't insured and they had to pay out $250 billion in losses? There'd be a lot of insurance companies going bankrupt. Catastrophic events like this wipe out the whole insurance industry. And reinsurance is what the insurance companies purchase to protect themselves from events like this in California. And when they have to pay more for that insurance, they pass that cost on to you. And there's reports already of Wyoming homeowners feeling the crunch as their insurance rates go up and up and up. And sometimes can't even find insurance at all. It's going to be a major, major problem moving forward for certainly Californians and also Wyomingites. Yeah, bad news. What else is going on in the Wyoming scene? Cowboy State Daily. Let's check out Yellowstone's Beryl Springs. Have you ever been to Beryl Spring? It's right off the road. You've certainly seen the sign for it, located between Mammoth Hot Spring and Madison Junction in Yellowstone National Park. It was named for its stunning blue color. Back in the day, it's one of those features in Yellowstone that was named in the 1880s, and its name has never changed. It was one of the early expeditions USGS conducted in 1883, the expedition into Yellowstone, when some of those explorers came upon Beryl Spring. It had a bluish-green water that reminded them of the gemstone beryl, thus named it Beryl Spring. It's one of the hottest springs in Yellowstone. Don't let the blue color fool you. Blue means hot. Blue is the hottest shade. If you look at these hot springs, and if they're yellow or orange, that's less hot. And then when they get towards the blue, that's an indication of a very hot spring. Beryl Spring is about 196 degrees on average, which is the boiling point, actually above the boiling point for its elevation, as pointed out by Yellowstone employee and enthusiast Jeff Henry. He said 196 would be boiling for an elevation this high. It's pretty cool spring, and it just kind of lends blueness to wherever it is. Here's what it looks like. I'll share the photos with you. This is Beryl Hot Spring. The story from Andrew Rossi, by the way, who is kind of our Yellowstone expert. Andrew gets into Yellowstone quite often. And Yellowstone looks even cooler in winter. Look at that. I mean, you don't get stuff like that. Rime on the trees. That's looking at Beryl Spring in Yellowstone in the winter. Andrew Rossi took that photo. He was just in there during winter. I'm jealous. I've been to Yellowstone a lot, but always in the summer. I've never seen it in winter. I've never seen anything like this. That's a cool photo. Yeah, Barrel Spring, which I have seen many times. That's a pretty good shot of it. I got a better photo. There's the blue and Barrel Springs. This photo is really cool. There's Barrel Spring. You've probably seen it's not far off the road. In fact, engineers, when they were making the road through Yellowstone, had a tough time getting around Barrel Spring. It's in this really tight canyon. There was kind of no way around it. And for a little while, it vexed road engineers as they try to figure out a way to get by Barrel Spring without sending traffic straight down into it. Cool story. Andrew Rossi has it for you in the Cowboy State Daily. 40 past the hour, 20 in front of. We'll take our one last break and come back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily after these. Thanks for spending your Monday with us, and happy Inauguration Day.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Back to the show this morning, 9:41, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake, and I'm going to get you into the weather forecasting because I think it's a super interesting weather day. Obviously, it's so cold, but it's cold throughout this country. And Don Day can explain it best as to why we're getting this Arctic push, how long it might last. And I want Don to explain it in his words. Here's the extended Don Day weather podcast. Let you know more about this deep freeze, how long it might last, when we might get out of it, and just how cold we're going to be. Here's Don Day with more about weather.
Welcome to January 20th. It's a Monday, 2025. Well, hopefully everyone stayed warm over the weekend and you can get through some more severe cold today as a nationwide winter outbreak continues across the nation. Really, this is quite a remarkable outbreak of cold and winter weather, as you'll see here in a moment. As we discussed last week, we're going to continue in the west at bitter cold temperatures, bitter cold wind chills through today, tonight, and early tomorrow. It's just going to be extremely cold. Wind chill values, especially early in the day, will be severe. Now, we will see moderating temperatures in many areas Tuesday and Wednesday, but here's the catch. Rule of thumb, kind of like death and taxes, is that when Arctic air begins to retreat in the Intermountain West, when it starts to retreat to the plains, there's always a period of high wind. You just have a really big pressure gradient that forms along the divide, and this will cause blowing snow problems during the day Tuesday into Tuesday night, especially with the light powdery snow that's on the ground in many areas. This is especially true I-25 and Interstate 80 Tuesday and Tuesday night. We have a weak wave that'll come out of Canada, moving south, that will produce a little bit of light snow across portions of Montana, Wyoming, the Dakotas, and parts of Nebraska. It's not much of a system, but it will drop south, kind of just reinforcing the winter. Then another storm system will drop out of Canada into the western United States this weekend. So there's a lot going on. Now, we don't see a return of this extreme cold with these next two waves, but it's going to stay, well, very wintry. And we have lots of winter views from over the weekend as that Arctic wave came in, producing snow and mean-looking clouds like that. Bald eagle trying to stay warm there in Craig, Colorado, and fog forming over Lake McConaughey as it's freezing in the sub-zero temperatures. And of course, if you're a short-haired dog, you need a little help there with the footies and the jacket, and you're going to need that today. Sun dogs, very common in this situation. Lots of folks will see more of those today. And even up into Yellowstone Park, severe cold. Speaking of severe cold, you can really see it this morning on the satellite imagery. You can see this is a infrared. We don't always show you the infrared, but the infrared sees temperature. And what you're seeing here in Canada and into the Dakotas and into the Rockies and Plain States isn't cold clouds. Now, these are cold clouds that you see here in British Columbia and off the Pacific coast. But this shows you the extent and the severity of the cold. The satellite sees what usually are cold cloud tops, but really Arctic air on the ground. And you can see the leading edge of the Arctic front getting further and further south. This is remarkable. These are all of the winter weather advisories, winter storm warnings in effect for the nation. Really advisories for the nation. And most of them have to do with severe cold. Now, where you see the light blue and the dark blue, you're looking at severe cold, basically. Even, look at this, into the Central Valley of California, we have frost and freeze warnings in effect. But this is what's most remarkable. These are winter storm warnings in the pink. Winter storm warnings from far west Texas. And these winter storm warnings actually go into Florida. We'll show you focusing in a little bit more. So you can see that this is pretty much a nationwide cold wave going all the way to the coastal regions. Closer to home, we have extreme cold warnings. We have cold winter weather advisories. And then these high wind watches are in effect. These are the areas that are going to be hit by the wind and the blowing snow. Interstate 80 between Laramie and Rawlins. Late tonight, tomorrow into tomorrow night, tons of blowing snow and a real travel hazard there. And I-25 between Casper and Cheyenne. Just severe weather cold elsewhere. Look at Tallahassee, Florida. How often will you see a winter storm watch for Tallahassee, Florida tomorrow night and Wednesday? This is Louisiana and southern Mississippi. You are seeing this correctly. This is not something I generated in AI. This is real. A winter storm warning for the Gulf Coast. They're expecting 3 to 6 inches of snow for New Orleans. Hope they have the snow plows ready. Oh, wait, they don't have any. Now, as we take a look at the pattern, here's the Arctic wave extending deep into the southern parts of the United States, really from California to the Carolinas, from Texas to the Arctic Circle. Just a huge wave of cold. So this is about what we expected where we are now. And by tomorrow, notice the wave begins to show a more eastward push, and it's not as deep. So this is going to start to allow some moderation in temperatures to come in. But here's the next wave dropping south into Wednesday and Thursday. Temperature anomalies by 2 p.m. across the nation look like this. These are the wind chill values by 8 a.m. this morning across our part of the West. Look at those wind chills across Dakotas, across portions of Wyoming, Montana, up into Alberta and Saskatchewan and Manitoba, just bitter, bitter cold. These are the air temperatures just before the noon hour today. So this is a situation where the best you're going to do today are single digits, and many of you will not get above zero in those gray areas, or if you're near those gray areas. Temperature anomalies by tomorrow afternoon shift more the bitter cold into the Great Lakes, into the Gulf Coast region, but cold air even back into the Four Corners area, even into Southern California and Arizona and New Mexico, as you can see there. This is what the snowfall looks like between now and Wednesday. Well, in our neck of the woods, nothing to write home about. Some flurries and some areas of light snow with the next wave. Look at these lake effect snows, and then look at the deep south penetration of the snow and ice that'll be heading into that part of the United States. Freezing rain could be a big problem in the Florida Panhandle in the southeast Georgia, southern Texas areas as well. This is the wind concern beginning late tonight, tomorrow, through tomorrow night into Wednesday morning. You can see the high winds forming along the front range of Colorado into southern Wyoming, through South Pass, into the wind gaps of Montana, near the Cody area. So when Arctic air leaves, it gets windy. As the cold air penetrates the southwestern United States, strong winds go into the desert. So it's going to get very windy down here in Arizona. Unfortunately, parts of Southern California again, even into Las Vegas. So even when the Arctic air leaves, it still is going to be causing problems. By Wednesday morning, the next wave drops south. Now, notice we don't have those darker colors as far west. Yes, it'll bring another shot of cold, but not severe cold. But there is going to be a little bit of moisture. So this is what could fall across the region with the next wave dropping south. Nothing that's heavy, but it will reinforce light snow cover that's already accumulating in the region. And there's your snowfall. And this is basically during the day Wednesday night into Thursday morning. Then we queue up the next wave. It's going to drop south out of British Columbia and then head south into the Rockies. Now, what is a bit different about this wave is it's showing signs of wanting to kind of split. What it will likely do is bring another slug of very cold Canadian air back into the western United States. Not bitter cold, but cold. And we may have a little bit of a Pacific connection now. As this storm stretches out a bit, it may bring some Pacific moisture over and on top of the colder air on the surface. We call this overrunning, where Pacific air goes over the colder air. And we'll have to watch that because this could end up being a weekend event of snow and colder temperatures coming back into the Rockies and plains. But confidence levels in how the system splits and acts once it comes out of Canada, we're going to need a day or two to kind of sort that out. But I think we've got something to contend with this weekend. And we're going to have things to contend with as long as this high pressure ridge is up into the Gulf of Alaska and off the west coast. And you can see all the gray and the blue up here. There is a lot of cold air still remaining, and it will want to come south again eventually. This is by Sunday morning. You can see that the low kind of cuts off and wants to sit over California. Like I said, we're just going to have to see whether or not this will actually come together like this or not. If it does, it actually could bring rain to California and parts of the southwestern United States, but it will also throw moisture up and on top of the colder air along the front range. So we'll just have to keep an eye on that. So plenty to talk about. The good news is the worst of this Arctic wave will be easing tomorrow, but we still have plenty of weather opportunities coming that have a lot of winter in them. Have yourself a good Monday. Stay warm.
Yeah, it's just too cold. Double-digit below zero in much of the state still, and your high today not going to be much better, really. Cold day, but should dig out of it by midweek. Leo Wilson's story in the Cowboy State Daily regarding Wyoming state jets and how much they're used. Some say too much. Some don't have a problem with it. In 2024, Wyoming's 2 state-issued jets logged 162,000 miles on 780 flights. That's data available through December 13th of last year, so pretty much year-end. 2 different jets. They look like this if you ever see one flying by or landing in your neck of the woods. That's a photo courtesy of the Wyoming Department of Transportation, who happens to be the biggest user of the jets. The 2 jets were in heavy use in 2024, I guess. Use of the planes has come under some scrutiny lately, with some questioning whether the state needs to own 2 of these jets. Maybe selling one could help the budget. The Wyoming Department of Transportation was the biggest user of the aircraft. They logged 280 trips over 214 days. Predictably, the governor's office was the second biggest user of the state jets, coming in with 200 trips for the year. A trip classified as any takeoff between one place and landing in another. Very often, the Mark Gordon, who took 217 trips through the year, often accompanied by his policy director, Randall Luthi. Most of his trips were multiple stops in a day. The governor would visit 2, 3, 4 communities in one day using one of the state's 2 Cessna Citation jets. Governor also took trips outside of the state to Arizona, Virginia, Washington, D.C., Illinois, California, Utah, Colorado, Idaho, and Nevada. State board members also use the jets. It's an efficiency thing, said Cody resident Bruce McCormick, who was on a few of these flights himself for Aeronautics Commission meetings. It's just efficiency. It's easier than flying commercial, although State Representative John Baer, Republican of Gillette, suggests that it's maybe an excessive use of the 2 state jets, and maybe one could be sold off. He's been one of the more critical, or at least questioning, the use of the jets, according to the story from Leo Wolfson. The story from Andrew Rossi is interesting. A Cody filmmaker is headed to the Sundance Film Festival this year. In fact, that takes place in about a week. Cody filmmaker will debut his documentary. It'll be the first time Preston Randolph has had a film to show at Sundance. In fact, as a filmmaker, Sundance is sort of the mecca. I mean, it's been a dream of his, but he said, I would never go there as a fanboy. I always said, if I attend Sundance, it'll be because I have a film to show. Well, he does now. The film, entitled Free Leonard Peltier, directed by Jesse Shortbull and David France, will premiere in Sundance January 27th, a week from now. And Preston Randolph is a co-producer of the film. He's also been very close to the film's subject, Leonard Peltier, for about 15 years, he told the Cowboy State Daily. We're family to each other. I know Leonard well. Peltier has been in federal prison since 1976 after being convicted for the death of 2 FBI agents in a shootout on a reservation in South Dakota. This happened in 1975. There has been recent evidence since, including this documentary interview with, I believe, a former FBI agent who said, there probably wasn't enough evidence to have this, Leonard Peltier convicted. And it's interesting. James Reynolds is a former U.S. attorney who's supervised the prosecution, who has since appeared in the film, acknowledged that the federal government maybe went pretty far into manufacturing or getting evidence in order to get the conviction. He is one of many who's suggesting that maybe Leonard should get out of prison at this point. Leonard Peltier is now 80 years old, still serving his life in prison sentence. He had his last application for clemency rejected by President Barack Obama back in 2017. This is what, here's a photo of Leonard Peltier back at the time, 1975, accused of murdering 2 FBI agents. And I'd be interested in seeing this film, be very interesting. That's a Cody filmmaker who will debut this film about Leonard Peltier at Sundance Film Festival a week from now. Should be interesting to see how that does in front of all the Hollywood types. That'll do it for us today. We're just about out of time. We are out of time. On the Monday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show, we covered the following and more. Wyoming bracing for a dangerously cold wind chills today, tomorrow. Yeah, we're in the deep freeze right now. No way out of it. Shortage of lawyers extends beyond defendants receiving representation. Some county prosecutors say they can't find decent attorneys. 2 properties on the market in real estate are as unique as can be. The swanky starter castle in Jackson Hole, designed to be a mini-me of the Amangani Resort, and there's the Guernsey cabin that comes with more history than you can imagine. You can get that for $809,000 listing price. Investigating grizzly, wolf, and mountain lion kills is messy business and chock full of science. You just have to have the stomach to look hard enough. Researchers fascinated with ancient forests buried in ice in the Beartooth Mountains. What can they tell us about life thousands of years ago? A massive underwater volcano off the coast of Oregon is set to blow any time now, but scientists say they're not worried. And happy MLK Day to you, and happy Inauguration Day, America. We'll do it again. Show starts tomorrow, 6 a.m. Until then, enjoy your Monday. Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
The views and opinions expressed on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show are solely those of its host and do not necessarily represent those of Cowboy State Daily's reporters, editors,